you know? Hey, how you doing, Kafka? Hello, YouTube gang. There we go. Let's do it. What up, Bizzle? Yeah, they came close to shutting down that Pally Discord over all the changes, dude. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen that fast of a change. But I feel bad for the monks because they were like, oh man, if like they're willing to revert these kind of changes, surely they're gonna do something else for, monks. I'm like, I think this is enough of a miracle as it is. It's displayed. Thanks, Broccoli. I've had these, dude, for like a cent. I think the oldest one is the Kingdom Hearts with Sora and Cloud. I think I've had that for like 12 or 15 years or something like that. Like a really, really long time. Yeah. Jack Skellington, Blade Runner, Star Fox, the Healer one, the Horde one. I got a bunch of them. Some of them you can't see until I like raise the desk. Yeah, Maiden Priest for Midnight, and then we'll see about the alts, because I want to play like 2 or 3 characters a lot, and then the other ones I'll just like all the other healers I'll just do like weekly keys on or something like that. I think H Pally is like dead center of M plus. Oh, true, February tree. Shit. Thank you for the reminder. Let me go find the February tree lights. It took away LVI. It's kind of back. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hang on. It's gonna be February tree. Hold up. Let me find the lights. Ooh. Okay, hang on. All right, February tree. Pink. Pink. There's a couple different pinks. It's now gonna be pink. Yeah. Sometimes they have themed lights that you can have. Sometimes they actually have Valentine's Day. There it is. Found it. Yeah, it's pink. It's a February tree now. Zorth ranked HPAL ahead of Disc. Interesting. X, thank you for the 45 months, man. I don't know if Pally has enough output. Struggling to your new healing main, either Shaman or Holy Pally. What do you think? I think Shaman is kind of boring. Like, it performs well. I think it's a little bit better than Pally. At least for M+. I think Pally's better for raids. But I think that Shaman's kind of boring. At least to me. You might, like... It might be, like, something super chill and, like, you don't really have to, like, work super hard to, like, get decent results out of it. And that might be, like, right up your alley. But I feel like it's kind of boring to me. Xcar, thank you for the 45 months, man. Made Priest just for something different. Never played it before. Oh, sick. It's a good time to play Priest, I think. Mistweaver and Windwalker need a closer look. True. Yeah, you bet, B-Card. What's up, Colony? How's it going, man? Let's find all the stuff we need. Oh, this new setup, throw a poster over the breaker box. Yeah, I need to. I need to. But, I don't know. I'd have to get, like, a really big poster for it. Yeah. Or maybe I could, like, shift the display case behind me so it's a little bit more in the corner and then put the Valentine's Day tree over the breaker box. I don't know. I'm gonna main Priest. Yeah, B-Card. And then, I'll play, like, whatever's best for the guild for raid prog. It's looking like Disc, but I think Holy Priest is super fun in Midnight. Like, you could play Archon, Holy Priest, and it does like giga output. The folded flag is my grandfather's service flag. I want to get like a display case for that. I need to. Is the Christmas tree still up? It's a February tree now. It's pink. It's pink. So it's a Valentine's Day tree.
5.
I don't know. I like having a tree.
2.
I like having a plant.
1.
And like I could just go get a fake plant. But then that is already a fake plant anyway. You know, it's just Christmas shaped. So, you know, it kind of accomplishes the same goal. I'm using Dander's frames, yeah. Yo, how you doing, Simon? Oh, sorry, you already said that. How do I think the blacklist and whitelist will be added before season 1? They made an announcement like last week that they were going to allow some manner of blacklist, whitelist. Now, keep in mind, it's also Blizzard being like, we're going to allow something. So most of the time, it's not going to be like everything you would hope for, right? But I think we'll know a lot more this week. Do I have a profile on my disc channel for the new frames? In my Discord. Yeah, in my Discord and everything like that. I got it available for subs. Yeah. Nameplates are Platinator. And then action bars, I have them hidden. It's just default action bars with enhanced QOL that hides them. I just make them like mouse over because then that like stops me from staring at my action bars all the time. I'm pretty guilty of that. Yeah. But it's super easy to like turn off, you know, you go EQ/EQOL, interface, and then you just have them like on mouse over settings and stuff like that. Final Fantasy 14 healer main, nice. Want to try out WoW? Is there a good way to practice in pre-patch? Yes. Pre-patch is kind of meant to like nerf all the content a lot. So, you know, people are usually doing what usually would be hard content. Like a level 20 Mythic Plus dungeon is usually hard content, but it's significantly easier in the pre-patch. So what I would do is like pick whatever healer that you want to possibly main, and this is like a golden opportunity to try something. You get to see like 90% of how it's going to play at midnight. See if it's for you. If it's not for you, play something else. And just kind of go crazy. New Druid healer for midnight will be a guide video before launch. But not before the expansion launches. Hopefully before the season launches. We'll see though. Yeah, you bet, John. Welcome in, dude. I played Astrologian for 2 Savage tiers before. It was really fun, man. It was really, really fun. So, yeah, Platinator will show the names over people's heads, but for some reason it doesn't work in the dungeons themselves.
3, 2,
so, they need to figure that out. Yeah. Yo, what up, Stark?
4, 3.
Yeah, EQOL is great. There's apparently a lot of different things going on. Mighty fine tree I have there. Thank you. It is a Valentine's tree. It's all pink. It's all pink. Apparently there's a CVAR for it. Yeah. But I thought I heard, and I could be wrong, I thought I heard something along the lines of like, in order for the CVAR to work, you have to like do it every single day, which does not sound great. I don't want to be like, hey, just like hit this button every single day. Hey, Gianni. Wave Shadows Peak Fiction. Good choice having it front and center. Thanks. I always am putting like whatever book I just finished, Haunt, in my background. Because we're always talking about books and reading and everything like that. At least I am. So I am on, I'm on book 2. I messed up though, and I basically spoiled myself. Because I bought book 2 and book 3 after I finished the first one. And I started reading book 3. And I was like, what are they talking about? Like, basically, I was like, oh, like they must have done like a time skip and then they'll explain stuff later. And I was like, no, I just picked up book 3. Read the first 2 chapters and spoiled a bunch of stuff. But that's okay. It's a Christmas tree with pink lights. Yeah, it's a February tree. You just finished progging the current ultimate and you are burnt. I feel you, dude. I feel you. It's a lot of work going through this Final Fantasy raids. They're exciting though. That like early prog. This book is The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. It's a book basically about like assassins and like magic users, magic wielders. Yeah. I really liked his Lightbringer series. It's one of my favorites. So this is just another series that he worked on. Yeah. The white bars are absorbed. Yep, every white bar above my player frames are the strength of the absorbs on players. And I like that because then I can kind of look and I can better tell their health and their absorb value, more or less. Nah, people have been recommending Dungeon Crawler Carl to me a ton, though. Solon goes hard in book 2. Ooh. I just started, and I had a brief scene where Solon, I think he split up from Dorian. Pretty sure. What up, man? You name your child Gavin after Gavin Guile? Let's go. That's right, I think you told me that last stream, right? Yeah. I know people were like... I was originally not a huge fan of the Lightbringer ending, but then I thought about it more and I reread it and I was like, I actually really like this. So, goes hard. How do you know what a PI? I don't. I just guess. I mean, I'm literally just like slamming it at the start of pulls when I think that somebody has a cooldowns. And I'm just kind of like, all right, good enough. Yeah, Dander's frames works great, Harpai. Have not had any issues. Yeah. About to start the Burning White. Oh, yeah. Let me know what you think, Danvers, at the end. Let me know. I'm really, really curious. Dark Prophet. First book is Orconomics. Interesting. You're naming your first son Andros? Oh, there you go. See, the first Andros I ever knew was actually from Star Fox. I don't know if I could name a kid Andros. Tuning aside, least favorite healer. I think it's Monk right now. Nothing really feels rewarding when I play it. Wow. Did I lag, chat? Did the stream lag? Or the game lag? Oh, now they're saying it. Yeah. Server lag. Same. Yeah. It's looking rough. We're hanging in there, though. Burning White's been years. I still don't know how I feel about the ending. Man, well, I don't want to spoil it because Danvers is in chat, but like... I can't spoil it, but like, I think it's great. I think it's great. You just got to look at it from like a, I don't know, it's like a different lens. Speak. Just like, can you like mute me for a second, Danvers? I don't want to spoil it for you, man. Okay. You got 5? All right, bet. Here's my thing, Haunt. The entire series, they said Orhalam is not real. Orhalam is not real, right? But then nobody seems to consider what it is, what's gonna happen if Orhalam actually is real and like does care about the people and like does want the best for them and also wants them to, you know, stop doing the awful stuff they did in that book, right? Like what if, right? I think that's the biggest thing. Is like, okay, everyone assumed that Orhalam's not real. You know, he wasn't there, didn't care. But like, when you think about the world when he actually does exist, does see people, does care, like I forget what the prayer is called, but like I see you I have you in my sights or something like that, you know? Like what would the world be like? That's actually why I like the ending a lot, you know? Because it makes you like rethink everything. And Antithesis is great. Well, the classic you out of work, but as a druid, I hate how the buffs and stuff are showing up. Any tips? Definitely get Dander's frames. Nah, these are Dander's frames that I'm using right now, and I think they're way better as a presentation. Yeah. Yeah, Cell is probably gonna come back soonish, but it's still taking some time to get developed. It's still taking some time. Man, that was that was so weird. I cast a Void Shield off of him and then it didn't go out onto anybody. That was actually a little insane. I think Holy Priest is doing really well in raids, yeah. The thing is, it'll do a lot of healing, but for like a world first race, you're probably not going to see it there.
Gritty goose, gritty goose, gritty goose.
Yo, Trace, thank you for the 2 months. Nice. This nerfs do feel pretty tough. I gotta be a bit better about my healing cooldowns for sure. Yeah.
Come, let's find the next relic.
LVI to come back fully usage. I thought it came back. Did it not? Bro, so true, Haunt. That was a weird bit that they had when Kip was out in the woods.
Ranger General, but
Yeah. In my Discord, Voxy, I do, yeah.
including her life.
Check the video with Meg. Is the Doom still real? Sound like a ton of bugs are hindering. Sound like mechanics-wise, why not bring a Shaman? Yeah, there's still a lot of bugs. I think they fixed like the grand majority of them, but there's still some. And it's certainly like a utility problem. We're kind of back to a lot of healers like Monk, like Holy Priest, kind of Prez, not having really beneficial utility that helps in a raid or M+ environment. And that just kind of hurts them in like a meta situation, yeah. So if you have LVUI and Dander's frames, you have to turn off one of them. Like if you're trying to use Dander's frames and you have LVUI, you need to turn off the raid frames in LVUI so that Dander's frames will work, because they like overlap each other basically. How tough are the single boss raids going to be? Chimeras is going to be the first one that comes out. Oh, actually, you're talking about the future ones. I hope the future ones are hard. In this upcoming raid, you're going to have a one bosser in Chimeras, and that one's like crazy easy. And it's coming out first week. And then there's a 2-boss raid, which should be kind of hard. What's Sloot doing? Do you still keep in touch with him? We talk every couple months. We talk a little bit, but not too much. But he's full playing variety, man. I don't know if he's going to come back to WoW at all, but I don't think so. I don't think they fixed Paladin yet. I think that has to wait till Tuesday. Do you guys know? Yeah. How many healer classes you tried? Debating what to go for M+. Burning VDH's tank. Yeah, I always play all the healers, so I made a priest. Made a priest for like a decade. And whenever betas and PTRs come around, I'm always just playing all the healers and testing all of them. So, you think they'll do Race to World first for the one boss mid-patch raids? Probably like an at-home one, yeah. Probably like an at-home, like for fun. Well, I'm sure, you know, they're still going to be competitive about it, right? But I think the real, like, world first is, you know, still going to be the main seasons. Yeah. Whoa! That's a big man. about that. Is 18, the damage seems way less spiky. How's healing? I think it's a lot better. I think it's a lot better. I would still want to see them have like an independent tuning knob so that like certain healers will do, can have a like a way to buff their healing in 5-man. It's kind of like what Disc has. I think certain healers could really use that. Monk seems like one of them too. That could really benefit from something along those lines. But I like where healing is going. Zalea, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy crap. There was a time with these Apex talents where they were doing like a crazy amount of passive healing that you had like no control over, and they nerfed a bunch of that too, which is great. Welcome into Kaliska, Purple Noon, Slid, Database, and Poxville. There we go. I'm using Dander's frames, Shane. Yeah. You my tank? He got hurt. He got hurt. Pretty badly. How to get into casting originally? I was in college. And I got a Twitter DM from a Blizzard employee. And they were like, hey, we like watching your YouTube videos. Do you want to cast MDI? And I was like, I have no idea how to cast. And they're like, don't worry, we'll teach you. And so I started doing that in like 2017, something along those lines. And that was like my big start into casting. Colony, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Shadow Lemur. And to Deck Cords. Let's go. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, guys. So the first paycheck was nothing crazy. I'm trying to remember specifically how much it was, but it might have been like, you know, they flew us out, they fed us, all that kind of stuff. But I think we got like $400 for the first weekend, like the total weekend. Something along those lines. But then, once they realized, they're like, hey, we're going to keep on doing this program. I think they like doubled our pay or something along those lines. Something along that. So, I mean, it wasn't, we got paid. It was not paid in exposure, screw you over kind of stuff. But they were like, we don't even know if we're going to do this. This is just like a random pilot program. And so after they were like, yeah, we're going to keep on doing this, they started paying us more. Like, it's funny because I was like about to ask for a raise at that time. And then they're like, we're really pleased to give you a raise. I was like, oh, that's perfect. It was like more than I was going to ask for. So I just kept my mouth shut. And I was like, sick. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Oh, this is such a ripoff, man. Just keep the dots flowing. So yeah, from like 2018 to like 21 or something like that, I worked for them. I cast one of the early world first races. I want to say it was in 2018, 2019. When was Eternal Palace? Whenever Eternal Palace was, that was when there was the liquid, before they were liquid, when they were limit. That was a limit and pieces race. That was my first like world first cast. And that's when I was raiding with Future. And so I was raiding like 6 to 8 hours a day and then casting like 6 to 8 hours a day. And it was like super stressful. And I was like, well, I have to pick one. And I want to be, the best raider I can be. So I'm going to focus on raiding and not cast world first. Which like, yeah, no regrets. Had some great experiences. But then around Dragonflight, I was like, okay, I'm done raiding ultra hardcore. The highest I got to was like world 12th in Sanctum of Domination in Shadowlands. That was my like best performance, best finish. And after Sepulchre, I was like, all right, I want to cast world first. I want to have some time to breathe, time to do shit. Bidding Druid or Shaman for pushing higher M+. Druid is the GOAT right now. Druid is like super far ahead, I think, of everybody else. Yeah. And I love it. Yep. There you go. think the mini boss, the .5 patches, it can't be Race World first if NA starts earlier. Global release is, of course, something else. Yeah. And I wonder if they could do like an honor system or something along those lines. If it's going to be like a one boss raid.
For good reason.
That'd be neat.
They took my life.
There's not going to be like crazy high stakes to it or whatever.
One of Valeria's scouting maps
I could see that.
seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We need
But tank's the easiest to heal. I think VDH, Brewmaster, and Prop Pally are all really good. Prop Pally's gotten a lot better. Oh my god, dude. Do I never get tired of WoW? Yeah, sometimes I do. But I like playing other healers and playing a variety of healers has like kept me more interested. And you know, there's just times where like if I set mini goals for myself, that kind of adds like a different layer of challenge, I think, and makes it a little bit more interesting. Yeah. But unit frames, I use unhalted unit frames, and that's also my cast bar. Yeah, still using Platinator. I made some adjustments. I made it a little bit bigger. I haven't updated my UI pack because I'm still kind of tweaking some things around. But yeah. Yeah. Pally taking the spot of one of the best healers in... I think Pally is like middle of the pack in keys right now. Something like that. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I think Pally's like good, but not great in keys. Been asked to tank raid. As our guild struggle to keep consistent tanks after Prague. Started tanking for the first time in retail. Already have higher IO. Oof. I think it's insane. Higher IO than when I was healing, though I know it's way easier right now. Honestly, having fun. Hey, that's all that matters. But be careful of tank prison, because it's tough to get out of tank prison. That's like the one thing is people will be like, oh my god, we really need a tank. We really need some help with like somebody to flex into this other thing. And they're like, yeah, no problem. And then they're the tank forever. Yeah. It's all good. I know HBAL is middle of the pack if the buffs aren't live on beta. Well, because they did, what, 20-30% healing buff to Flash? They did a couple, like, light buffs. They were good buffs, don't get me wrong. But, like, it's not like they completely reworked the spec. So I'm just kind of going off of, like, what I had before. And I'm like, okay, well, they made things a little better here. Those are good buffs. They're beneficial, but a lot of what you need in like a super high key group, for one thing, is like really powerful long-term output, sustained output. I think mana is more of a concern for Paladin than it is for like a Druid, for example. I think the utility of like, I don't know, disc with PI and stamina and absorbs and lots of DR is more powerful than like Devo Aura, for example. You know, stuff like that. But things can still change. Yeah. We are gonna wipe. Yeah, Demo's kind of insane. Hey, Thal. In my Discord, Shane and stuff, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to talk about it good, to be honest, man. The last thing I'd like for you to do is keep on bringing it up. Probably is likely not to be meta with a crap DR buff compared to PI. Yeah, Shaman raid buff, Druid raid buff. Yeah, exactly. And especially when like healers don't really do any damage. You know, Paladin can like do it with, I think it's like the Liberation talent. I think they can do it like a little bit more. But any healer that's actually like doing damage and like really trying to sweat it up is doing like 4% of the group's damage or something like that. It's not much. You're really not contributing a lot to like the overall damage, but being able to have a raid buff like Verse or, you know, Mastery and Sky Fury and everything like that's super powerful. Yeah. What's going on, Murray? Oh, yo. How you doing, Murray? Or sorry, Moist. Give healers like 500% damage. Yeah, I'm a little worried about healer damage in open world because I really don't like leveling. I really do not like leveling as like a DPS spec. This is like fine damage in a raid. But I mean, I'm sitting there damaging the entire time and it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Piss Sauron's kind of tough. There's a lot of like negative heal absorbs, which can be really challenging. And you can dispel them if they're curses. You can dispel them if they're curses. There's a lot of roots from getting picked up by the bats, and if you can like Freedom or Tiger's Lust somebody, you can just like dispel those. That's really helpful. You have a few different options there. Yeah. Let me see if Pally got fixed. On live, I use cooldown manager centered. And then on beta, I'm experimenting with better cooldown manager. I'll probably add that to the profile. Do we still have Crusader Strike? Yeah. Screw it. I kind of want to play some Pally anyway. So they're going to get rid of Crusader Strike for Pally, but they haven't gotten rid of it yet. Yeah, it did seem a little bit weaker than I expected today. I might knock it down on the tier list the next time I make one. I like just finished one. I'm waiting on it to get approved, so I might have it actually a little bit higher rated. Yeah. Yeah, UI works for pre-patch and stuff. Trying to do like 17s and 18s and stuff. That's usually around the time. That's usually around the time that stuff gets pretty challenging. Tier list after that? Yeah, I'll do another tier list after that for launch. Yeah. Yeah. What resources do you recommend for learning the dungeons for season 1? I am going to make some. I'm going to make some. Yeah, I think watching streams is good. Usually you have to like wait a little bit before you make a guide on stuff because things change a little bit. So like I know one of the dungeons I didn't think would change at all was like Seat, and they changed the 3rd and 4th bosses. They changed like the 3rd and 4th bosses. It basically just added a lot more damage. And more stuff to dodge, right? Yes, I think we're due for like one more healer tuning round. Yeah. We're due for like one more. That's usually how it goes. It's like they do one more round of like big healer changes, and then you go to Heroic Week, and they usually don't change much for healers. Sometimes somebody gets like a 3% buff or something like that, but usually not much. Whatever's like good on Heroic Week is usually good for like World First. McNasty, thank you for the 10 months, dude. Yeah, Holy Priest needs to have heal back. It would actually be really, really clutch. Druid should be scared of the next tuning patch, man. Druid absolutely should be scared. Can't decide between Druid, Mistweaver, and H-Pal. Well, you got some time before tuning. Yeah. They need to find a way to like, I don't know, double Holy Priest's stamina or something. That spec just like falls over so fast. I would love a Holy Priest season. They do great healing, but they also run out of mana really, really fast if you don't have cooldowns up. My action bars are hidden, but I use EQOL to hide them. Big Spirit of Redemption in. I mean, they kind of did with Restitution moving higher. They're like, yeah, Holy Priest is just going to die, and they get a free res once every 10 minutes. It's like, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I mean, Druid's like far and away, Kevin, like the best healer in M+ for beta right now. B-Rob, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Yep. The link should work, Big Mac. Yeah, just make sure you download the folder if it's not working. Yeah, or the sheet. Oh, dude, reverse leap would be clutch. But the biggest thing I think Holy Priest needs is really just defensive power. Like they could make do without. They could actually make do without like movement if they were just tankier. Yep. Thank you, Frank. Oh, the raid frames or Dander's frames? Yeah. I mean, anything's possible, Trophy. I think maybe Druid gets away with it yet again. I mean, there's been betas where dude, there's been betas where like Prez was really nuts going into a season and it like stayed that way. It was just like ridiculous. Guild asked you to play DPS with healing flex, so it's either Dev or Shadow, and I haven't been a DPS main in years. Oh no. Tiresome to flash heal, fade, and shield 3 GCDs before a big hit. Yep. It's not good, man. Oh, it is not good. Let's see. Ugh, I do need a Sky Reach on Paladin. Ugh. This dungeon. This might be my least favorite dungeon. Oh. So much garbage. They give you this big box that you can open up and it gives you like really good mana pots, but then it also fills your bag with a bunch of garbage. Some of which you can't sell either. Yeah. There we go. Nah, they didn't revert HPAL yet. They didn't revert it yet. That'd be good actually. I do want to do seat. See if we can try to do a Sky Reach or something after. Hey,
how you doing?
Dwarf would be top race. I think Dwarf has good value. I think Night Elf still has some pretty good value. There is a lot less casts going off. Shamans perform well, but I think they're kind of boring to play. If you want something that's like super easy to play, then like by all means. But I'm like, I just get kind of bored playing it. I'm kind of like yawning playing it. There's a couple of big trinkets like Aln Seer. Your healing has a chance to give you the Aln Sight, and while active, casting spells manifests Aln Scorn and consumes their essence to give you intellect, and you can just have a bunch of stacks of that. The healing spells have a chance to grant you Void Suffusion, increasing your int, plus an additional X int for every 1% health the target was missing. So basically, just as you keep on healing people, you get more intellect. There's a bunch of like stacking ones. So there's some things like that that have been really good. Yeah. Content evaluating is on point for all healers, which is something I enjoy, but it feels like priest devs are so disconnected from priest gameplay given the nerfs. Crazy how HPally chains were reverted overnight. Yeah, appreciate it, Turnham. I think whatever the modifier they're using this time around, for atonement in dungeons, just seems like it's a little bit weaker than it ought to be. They haven't rolled out the Pally update yet, but I wanted to do a dungeon or two on it. Yep. I've been saying it. I think I have like 2 videos where I said Holy Priest should get heal back. I don't know why. They just don't listen. But if they had heal also give you Lightweaver stacks, then you'd have a really cheap and efficient way of building up your Lightweaver stacks without having to like burn your mana bar down or anything. It would make life so much easier. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of stat sticks. You're not having like a Lumithar's Living Silk or anything like that, unfortunately.
5, 4, 3, 2.
You want Present Mistweaver to be
1.
decent? They still don't have any changes. Yeah. Unfortunately.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, this is probably the biggest thing I think in the new dungeons. Almost every single dungeon has like some kind of root or snare, some way that like slows you, and if you are able to remove it, it also reduces a lot of the damage you take. So in this one, it is these chains that are going out, and if you freedom them, they remove the chains, and it removes like all the damage associated with it. So if you can actually remove it every time, it's super powerful. Like Priest could use Phantasm, and then that removes the slow. So I just put it on myself, freedom it, and then I'm not taking any damage. Everybody else is taking a ton of damage. There we go. I used Anders frames for healing. Not using any weak auras. Using better cooldown manager. Anders frames and halted unit frames, stuff like that. A lot of stat sticks done. I got Gaze the Allseer and Void Suffusion right now. Yeah. Yeah, the add-on is called Anders Frames, and it's like Voodoo, it's like Cell. It's quite good. I think I have a TikTok about it. Pretty sure. Yeah, action bars are hidden, they're at the bottom. Yep. Heal am I having the most fun with on pre-patch? I think Disc is fun. Holy Priest has been really surprisingly fun too. I think Holy Priest has been like a really like welcome surprise, I guess. Yeah. So they basically like added Crusader Strike for Paladins and then removed it the next day, but beta still has Crusader Strike there. So it's been kind of a mess. It's been kind of a mess. But I think that Paladin's going to end up being in like a really good position though. Yeah, no healers have interrupts except for Resto Shaman, and it's a 30-second interrupt. It's a long one. Yeah. I don't know anything about that, Cobb. Our shaman pretty much kicks a caster on pull to form the pack and you're spent. Yeah, H Pally is actually moving health bars. It does cost a bunch of mana if you have to use Holy Lights. But Holy Light also does feel powerful and like chunky, which is nice. So you kind of have to like make the choice, you know? I think what really feels like disappointing with Paladin is that your wings feels pretty weak. It doesn't actually feel that satisfying for like popping wings and doing a bunch of healing. It's like, I don't know, it's like a slight upgrade from your regular healing. Yeah. I got my pop wings here. I think it's fine, but not really like hitting super hard. Yeah, what's up, John? Wait, what are you talking about, Bobby? Yeah, Hand of Divinity does feel pretty good, but I think it's kind of a crutch. You don't necessarily need to have the casting. Oh, I trolled. What up, Esmer? Whoa. We're so back. So extremely back. Like I have a crush on Pally? I mean, I've been enjoying it. It's been pretty fun. Oh my god, it was so close. Yeah.
Champions, over here. Follow me. The Shadow Guard is
20% mana from Holy Lights every pull. You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do to keep people alive.
Also, their commander here has a particular item
Yep.
useful to me.
Shaman I think is just kind of boring, Kalim.
figure out their motives.
I use Dander's frames for my party frames, Eric. I have like a full list of my add-ons that I use in like my Discord and stuff. Just discord.gg, AutomaticJak. I don't even have it. Should the righteousness much? I might use it more when it gives mana back. But we'll see. I'm just gonna pop that off. Really waiting for Cell to be out? Many people are, dude. Many people are. I think there's a lot less crowd control required. There's also like... I feel like when you know there's going to be more cast going off, or when the game is like acknowledging, or I guess the encounter designers are acknowledging more cast go off, it feels like things are like less deadly. You actually have some time to like heal up a cast going off. Things feel a little bit less spiky. Yeah, I think Demo Lock is like... Chat has been telling me that like Demo Lock is like bugged or something. But that spec just carries. Yeah. Every time I play with Baby Brain, he is just top of the damage meters, crushing everybody. Yeah. Oh yeah, what was it, Tanner? Ooh, I probably will try to do some lightsmith when they change the spec around, yeah. Because I did see some people playing lightsmith builds before. It's not the first time I've heard that. Oh, I also have not been drinking anything because I didn't have my mana keybind. That's probably also why my mana sucked. We time at 20 with 0.1 seconds left because of you. The Dragonfight boss, the dungeon where you can fly and the last boss spears you in. Oh, yeah. That was like my closest dungeon of the expansion. Yeah. That's always a good feeling, man. Especially when it's like so close and the game can kind of like give it. They kind of give it to you a little bit. Crusader Strike, I know. Freaking Blizzard. Set me free. Set me free. Where are we going? I remember a long time ago there would be like a bunch of different mobs out there you would pull in. A lot of like the best routes took some weird positions back in Legion. This dungeon came out. They didn't buff Shield of the Righteous yet. It doesn't give much mana back. Look at that. You're not going to see my mana bar move. Like 92% mana. Wow, 93. There's not much mana there. Not yet. When the changes come in this week, then they'll start coming around. Yeah. Why Holy Prism? Generates a bunch of holy power for you now. It's just 3 holy power instead of, I guess it's 5 with Divine Toll. Yeah. But nice low cooldown. Actually does good prio healing too. Your H Pally's, your buddy's an H Pally and he says he wants the Shadowlands Vampire ability. What the hell is he talking about? Oh. He's talking about Ashen Hollow, which is like, you see this Consecrate right here? Imagine a Consecrate that's like 10 times as large, and it does a crazy amount of healing and damage, and it's buffed by wings a lot. It had a 4-minute cooldown, and it made the spec ultra powerful. But if they didn't have Ashen Hollow up, then they did like no healing. It was a super polarizing ability. They did, Doc, and they haven't changed it on beta yet. It's kind of funny because we have to wait until next week for it to actually go through. Well, which should be, you know, probably Wednesday. Hopefully sooner. Oh no. Things are about to go very wrong. It's a little bit of damage reduction for what little it's worth for the hunter. And of course they put a bleed out now. Damn it. Oh, we're back. This kind of stuff is why, like, sustained healing and being able to constantly do healing when you need to. Oh my god, we pulled the boss as well. Yeah. Being able to, like, sustain your healing for long periods of time matters a lot. And you're always, like, that way you're always, always, always going to be able to have healing for something that's going to happen. Alright, I'll just let him get that one. No. No. We should really just reset.
Your
Yeah.
survival wasn't
Should have interrupted that? Yeah, I'll get right on it. I'll get right on it. Oh, Thoughts on Disco Midnight? Probably the best healer in raids. It's like a slimmer margin than it was before. But I still think they're like one of the best healers in raid. These nerfs, I don't know. They might be... I think my tier list is going to be out tomorrow. And I had it at S tier, but I might knock it down to A tier. Yeah. Druid still just miles ahead, though. Druid is still, like, stupid powerful. I think Pally's gonna be good in raids. Yeah. They bring, like, very strong single target healing. You know, you bring Devo Aura, which you need to have from some kind of Paladin spec, one way or another. It'll probably be like Friday, I think, when they're gonna push beta changes. Or sorry, Thursday. Wednesday, excuse me. It'll probably be Wednesday when they fix the Paladin stuff and have a new build, all that. Damn. Which either pops off in PvP. I thought somebody was in my chat saying Dispriest was really good in PvP. I thought. Yeah, this run is not going many places. It does seem to be one of those days of bugs. It does. Most fun to play in keys. I like playing priest. Druid is fun because it also just does infinite amounts of healing and you can just always deal with every problem. Yeah. I think Priest, Pally, and Druid are the ones that I'm having a lot of fun with. The Master of None thing for Druid? What do you mean? Yeah, Warlock still hasn't been nerfed. Still hasn't been nerfed. Oxford Joyce for now. So it's like a Druid been meta every expansion. Same. Buff Priest. Use my clout to make it all races, be all classes. Trust me, man. I would love that. But I think the biggest thing keeping that from happening is Druids. Because if Blizzard had to make a Druid everything, they would be they would have to skip raids or something along those lines to make all the druid forms. The blood elf druid form would be sick. Enemy damage taken? Avoidable damage taken. Yeah. Yeah. Undead druids. Okay, that would be sick. That would be really sick. Yeah. Drew quite mana hungry this week, but the heals were huge. You got to like pace yourself a little bit on how many rejuves you cast, and I'm kind of guilty of it too. I'll even show you. I'll play some druid. It's very easy like to over apply rejuves because you want to be ready for damage and everything like that. But once you get more used to where the damage is coming from, then you're not going to be, you know, being as aggressive with your rejuves and stuff. Brother, please tell me I'll get to play by Dispriest and Midnight Keys. I don't think it's going to be meta. It'll be one of the better healers for sure. But, here, this will be a nice challenging key to do if we get in. I think Disc is going to be like A tier. I think it'll be like A tier. Let me see what I even said in my video. I wonder if I can have my editor just change it really fast. Let's see. Hey, what's going on? Let's see if I can find it. What was the chapter I talked about this priest on? I kind of want to knock it down one. We started tenders on the Blizz store with a transmog. They're testing the waters. Yep. Bobby's got to get a new yacht. It's always so funny when people are like, oh, is WoW going to be around? Is WoW going to like stay around and stuff? And I'm like, bro, they're still going to like Bobby's got to get that yacht. They're earning so much money. Let's see. The PI, you get some power word fortitude when you sign up for premium. Huge thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Sponsor with this priest, of course, it's gonna be in the S tier. They bring the PI. You get some power word fortitude for some. Oh man, that's kind of tough. True, we love Rocket Money. They liked our videos and they wanted to go back. I might have to see if I can re-record. We'll see. May not be that big of a deal. Because we'll make another tier list later. Yep. If you can find him, Lassiter. If you can find him. Yeah, I'll start posting more videos early on the Patreon. Yeah. Bring the druid out of retirement, which was your first bread and butter healer, but I love this. I feel you, man. Shadow's been pretty good from everything I've seen. Are you using LVY, Azuma? I do legitimately use Rocket Money all the time, though. It's super helpful. Because I get paid at, like, super random times from, like, streaming and Race to World First and stuff like that. I love it, dude. I'll gladly shill for them whenever they want. Yeah, so if you're using LVY, you got to turn off the raid frames in LVY. Even if they're already, like, hidden or something, you just got to, like, turn that setting off because it conflicts with Dander's frames. Yeah. Budgeting apps are so bad for you, just YOLO that money? Stop. Oh my god. I was a finance major in school. Don't YOLO your money. You monsters. Riot MMO will be the poisoner. WoW poisoner. Because if Riot adds a $500 gacha skin, Blizzard will too. Facts. That's facts. Didn't they add like a $200 league skin or something like that? I work in an oil field. All I do is YOLO my money. There you go. There you go, man. What could go wrong? Yep. Rise on several $250 skins. Whoa. That's insane, dude. Mana been an issue for most healers. Some of them, like Pally, Holy Priest, a little bit with Disc, if you over shield. If you shield too much. Those are kind of the big ones, I think. What up, that one guy? Come to wish you well. I hope you have a wonderful day and continue to keep the great work. Monks rise up. True. They better buff Monk before the monks revolt. I'll use YOLO your money, and by me, I mean my wife and daughters. Daughters plural is expensive, man. Not today, Murray, but in general, yeah. Yeah. In general, yeah. Let me get some more water while we're waiting on this run to start. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Monk should close the Discord, especially because the Peak of Serenity has been destroyed by the Legion for a decade now. True. I set up the UI with Pharaoh combo points. It comes in right here. Yeah, it comes in like right above my character. I guess I can even move that down a little bit. I think it's Sensei class resource bar. There we go. 3 of them, Derek. My God. Create guides and whatnot. Would I still play beta? I want to jump in and try, but I feel like it's just so much progress loss. I kind of like it because it's less about the progress and more about like trying different stuff. It's such a different vibe. Like, I've had times on live where I try out like a different talent combo that's not in a guide or something, and then everyone's like, "What are you doing?" You know. But it's really nice when you can hop on beta and just kind of try whatever you want, and just experiment. Sit to go. Thank you for the new sub, and also subbing for the next 6 months. Let's go. I think that stuff's kind of fun though, just being able to experiment, try new things. Plus, I already get like tired of the dungeons on live after like 3 months anyway. And that's give or take when you start seeing PTRs and betas and everything like that. I know, it's crazy, John. How do I find time to read and play WoW? Struggling to balance those two interests among other responsibilities. I spend like an hour before my like bedtime. I basically just do a wind down, and I'll just, you know, clean up around my place, you know, take care of anything I need to get taken care of that I've left off until the last second, like load up the dishwasher or something like that. And then I'll just like read in bed for like 20-30 minutes or something along those lines once I get everything else done. But I try to set like a hard cutoff. So I have these like strip lights that I have against my ceiling. And they basically like turn off at like 9 o'clock. Or maybe it's 10. But they turn off at a specific time. So if I'm like still up playing games or something like that, it like turns all the lights off in the room. It's like a reminder that I need to go to bed. But then I just try to like commit to like just reading a couple chapters. Niv, thank you for the 89 months. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, you're reading the Stormlight Archives? Let's go. Just started the Alloy of Law. That's a banger. Alloy of Law is fantastic. Like Alloy of Law, and then yeah, I think the Lost Metal is probably the other one that are like top 2 for like all the Mistborn series. Yeah. Where are we going? Magister's Terrace. What up, Jim? So the 60-minute cooldowns go away in combat. Yeah. Oh, great time to start Mistborn Paracus. I think I like Mistborn and Mistborn Era 2 the most out of any Sanderson books. I think it's by far my favorite. Like living in the dark, so your reminder, according to you, would be turning all the lights on. Yeah, so you just set a timer. The 6-month sub, you said, I don't even commit to Jack that long. You're month to month, buddy, and don't forget it. Facts. Thanks, man. Oh, the extra options for the resource bar is Sensei Class Resource Bar. Gives you a whole bunch of options in your edit mode. It gives you a ton of options.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's going to be most fun to play healer? What do you think? You'll main? Druid seems too OP not to play. Yeah, there's going to have to be some kind of Druid nerfs, because it's like, it's definitely in the like too OP to not play category. Next up, the IRA. Let's go. Good personal finance. I'd love to see it. They just buff other healers? They could. But I think Druid's so powerful that like they could find a way to nerf it a bit and it would still be the best healer. In the description, JChim on YouTube should have the links. Yep. Usually a pretty heavy game around release, but get your first baby due in April. Yo, congrats, Swag. Worth getting back into for casual play. There's a lot of casual, like, fodder, I guess, in the new expansion. They have, like, a test mode coming up, or, like, a practice mode for PvP. They've made it so that, like, doing your weekly 10s and 12s is a lot easier than it was in War Within if you played then. Like, season 1 of the War Within, they made 10s and 12s, like, super hard, because they're like, let's give you guys a challenge. Didn't go well. It did not go well. But they did this whole, like, Warcraft, or, like, what's next in Warcraft kind of thing. And I think a lot of that was actually just focused on, like, getting casual players back into the game and easier to pick up and put down. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a better time. That's their goal, at least. Or within season 1 was not a challenge, that was a barrier. It was a brick wall, yeah. I remember distinctly on my alts, I just like could not pug 12s. Unless you were in a group that had like way over 12s IO or something like that. It was just brick wall. AOTC guild is so perfect, not crazy hardcore. If people want to push keys, they can still get mythic gear, but it's not a massive guild commitment. The way raid scale, it's nice for more casual players. Yeah.
We can't afford to linger here.
I feel like the real like long-term benefit is definitely, or like the long-term game for guilds is definitely trying to make sure you have a guild that's like over 20 players. So you can kind of do a bit of mythic if you have the time or the interest. But then you'll always have enough room for everybody else to come in and do. Oh, it's because I'm targeting a pet. I was like, what in the world? I was trying to innervate myself and I was targeting a pet and it wouldn't activate. Yeah, and I think they really want, especially with the release having 3 different raids. One of those raids, the Chimeras fight, it's like a 1 boss raid, is actually like really easy. I would love 10 man to come back. Oh, I miss 10 man. I would love to have 10 man mythic. I think it'd honestly kind of make Race World First more hype. Yeah. Firithil, thank you for the prime. Oh yeah, it's another haste buff. Guild in DF and only ever had 20 active players. It made it so bad if not everyone shows. Yep. It's tough. It's insanely tough to schedule 20 people to be online at the exact same time to play games together, man. It's ridiculous.
Hey.
Hey, what up, Orky? You know that 4 years, man. How you been, big dog? Nice, he does have freedom. Lost your deadlock game to your left lane, giving up almost 40 kills. Woof. Is that game fun? Isn't it in like beta or something like that? I keep seeing it actually like pop up my feed a lot now.
You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with you in
Right, I think you were the one who told me about it being an early invite.
Detained. The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spell work.
Yeah. I never got into it. But yeah, I keep seeing it pop up on my Twitter feed all the time. Like people saying good things about it. Just open? Gotcha. It's not open yet. But Danders have a limit of 5 buffs. I think you can adjust it higher in the options menu. I thought you could. Maybe it's a Blizzard thing. Oh, it's not open yet. Damn.
Policy demands compliance. Suppressive measures necessary.
Debating what to main, but a druid for a decade. Off-field on priest. Really debating on trying to go deep into priest's X-Pack. I hope it's going to be a good X-Pack for priest. I would also say it's looking really, really good right now for druid, though. Ridiculously good for them. It's more finished than most release games. I don't know when they plan to release it. That's a great sign.
Compliance is not optional.
It's a great sign. You prop the void shield, just hit empowered shield just to pocket. You basically, yeah, like almost every other penance will activate a void shield, and then you can just cast it on whoever. It's gonna prefer to apply it to targets that do not have atonement on them. That's what they're gonna try to do. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can control click decor and preview it there. Yeah. I think there's also an option with housing that I heard about where you can basically just like see how it looks in your house before you've even bought it. Which I think is kind of neat. I want like an add-on for that and like building a shopping list. Oh.
Quiet time is mandatory. Resume disciplinary measures. Compliance is not optional.
You're a talented shaman to use? I've tried Farseer and I've tried Totemic. Totemic feels powerful if people can be like in your healing rain, but I'm pretty sure you're still going Farseer. Yeah.
Policy demands compliance. Quiet time is
Oof. Oof. Rip.
A crude solution, but effective. The Cynosure should be just ahead.
All right. I'm just gonna convoke, build a bunch of hots. Oh, he wants to go and pull even more. Oh my god.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
That tank's very tilted. Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of Volk Zareen to do it with him. But, he has not been available lately. Oh, I'm gonna try to whenever I can. The tank is very tilted. You can kind of tell there's like a bunch more people playing beta now, and like silly stuff keeps happening. Jappy Druid main this season, we'll see. We'll see. Any tips for Holy Priest? Want to heal, but for your buds, I just don't get the rotation. Play Archon, Holy Priest. My main is a priest, Jimmy, but I play all the healers in beta. But yeah, if you're playing Holy Priest, you want to play Archon. I have my guides on Wowhead. All right, the guides for Wowhead for Holy and Dispriest. But grab the Archon M+ build, and what you want to do is you want to keep your Holy Word Serenity on cooldown for just doing big heals. That's going to be like the primary way that you're like pumping big healing, is using that Holy Word Serenity for single target healing. Keep your Prayer of Mending on cooldown. Use Flash Heal for just any kind of big incoming damage. And then what you want to look for is the Surge of Light procs that you get. You can spend those for a cheaper Prayer of Healing or a cheaper Flash Heal. And so when you're using your Flash Heals, you build up stacks of Lightweaver, and that buffs your Prayer of Healing. Getting Surge procs makes your Prayer of Healing cheaper. And so what you're really looking to do is cast Prayer of Healing when you have multiple different buffs. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to get back into retail. They got like the pre-patch, which is all about gearing up and kind of learning the classes before the expansion comes out. Challenge is kind of just getting the UI together. Yeah. Is live dead until midnight release? If you were like a competitive player and stuff, kinda. But the pre-patch is more for like welcoming in players and stuff. New race for Druid. Do you think the passive is more better beneficial? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, Druid just takes practice. Like, what I'm doing right now at Druid is trying to make sure I'm using my Swiftmend on cooldown. Because what the Swiftmend's going to do is it's going to cause my Life Bloom and Everbloom to basically just go crazy, you know? And so what I want to do is I want to make sure I Swiftmend on cooldown, which gives me Soul of the Forest. I spend that on a Rejuves, usually, or a Regrowth if I really needed single target on somebody. Spreads around more Rejuves, which buffs your Regrowth. Whenever you cast Regrowth on a target with more hots, you do more healing. But when you consume your Soul of the Forest, it basically makes your Life Bloom bloom a ton of times, and you do, like, crazy output. What up, Zane? You gonna play a Pally tank? Yeah, now's a good time to get started with it, man. Because you have a ton of changes already, like, implemented and everything. Sound alerts? There are some, yeah, in the cooldown manager. Watch your YouTube videos on healers. Always been terrified of healing. Trying Holy Priest and loving it. Learning pretty fast. Let's go, Volty. Welcome in, dude. In the last 2 days, cautiously defending on Twitter, which my take on the rivals play. Oh, I just ignored all that, Sama. I appreciate it, though. I mean, I played stupid. But, you know, it's just noise. I appreciate it, though. You don't think you can use Soul of the Forest on Regrowth, or Wild Growth anymore? Right? Yeah, Swiftmend's only buffing your Regrowth or Rejuve. Yeah. It's just noise, Sama, you know? It's just noise. You watch the videos, you're too scared, went DPS? You can do it, man. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. Reading tooltips is great, but also, like, just search an ability. If you want to, like the talent tree is always a mess, especially if you're a new player. And it's always like, okay, what talents actually matter, right? But search the specific ability and then hit the space bar and then hit enter. And then it'll put up little arrows and little magnifying glasses over every talent that actually interacts with Regrowth or Rejuve or whatever. And if you're like, wow, like my healing comes from Regrowth, but which talents? That way you don't have to read every single thing, you know? Yeah, our Druid still is like super far ahead of everybody else. So, Dander's Frames will take care of it, Dirty. Yeah, Dander's Frames will take care of it. Yeah, Dander's Frames is easy. You just open up your binds menu, and then you can just click on the ability, click on whatever keybind you want, and it's set. Makes it nice and easy. Click still exists. You can do that too. Druid's not that ahead of other healers. Last I talked to him, he also said it was a full key level ahead of everybody else. What are Druid's Apex talents? It basically buffs up regrowth. Or sorry, life bloom. It buffs up your life bloom a lot. So the gameplay is basically when you consume Soul of the Forest, it causes your life bloom to go like crazy and do tons of single target healing. And it's extra healing splashed to other people. Yeah. So the big like TLDR, use Swiftbend on cooldown, keep your life bloom up, and move it around as you need to keep an eye on people, you know. So if you are in like a really difficult pull, you could just put it on yourself. You're super safe, especially when you consume your Soul of the Forest. You're vibing. Yeah. Yep. You should, Joshua. It's fun. And Manaforge Heroic yesterday was top 2 healer. Felt good after actually learning and taking your time and not being overwhelmed. Your videos really do help. Learns more about not panicking when crap hits the fan. Yeah. And like once you get more comfortable like with where the damage is coming from and what abilities are triggering it and all that kind of stuff, it gets a lot easier. Play without the FLO? I wouldn't recommend it because it saves you globals setting it up and moving it around, and it does cause it to do more healing as well. It's just super convenient. Yep. Raid healers, Disc, Druid, I think H-Pally. I'm not 100% on the 4th healer though. I think there's a lot of like good options for the 4th healer. Yeah. If on Archon it says that Holy Pally's highest key is a 19, Prez and Monk have completed 20s, why do the tier lists not reflect the strength of the healer, especially if Prez and Mischief are low parses respectively? Well, that's the difference between like an anecdotal versus like here's what they like bring to the table and here's what's like beneficial to them. Because if all the Holy Pally mains just go re-roll to whatever's meta, then you just don't have anybody playing that. But if a bunch of like Prez mains and Monk mains like never re-roll and they're just always going to play their class no matter what, then like they might perform a little bit higher. I think more tier lists are like, I mean, you could just function, you could like set them up different ways. You could do a tier list based on what's been done or like what's possible, you know? It's kind of like, as a good example, Seth, like what if Holy Priest was like a little bit worse than a Dis Priest in a raid? You would just never see Holy Priest do high level raiding at all, but other healers would. Would it mean that Holy Priest is bad? No, it just means that everybody who is playing Priest would play Disc because it would be better. It's kind of like that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Yeah, the mana conversation, Karen, is always really interesting. I don't know. I kind of like having healers have to care about mana, and I like it when healers have like a mana dump that matters, things like that. But yeah, Blizzard's super inconsistent when it comes to properly balancing around that kind of stuff. We are not kicking anything. We're not kicking anything. We got 2 polymorphs go off. I would love AUG to be a tank spec. For Prez, the non-movement verdant competitive, I think it can stop some stupid deaths. You know, like the last boss in this dungeon will have like big lines get drawn that kind of prevent you from like verdant embracing to other players. And so like it might just be really good to use that, right? Where is, oh, it's A2, I see. I had the wrong keybind for it.
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the gods.
Shaman could have kicked those. You're right. You're right. Yeah, man, like I'm doing all this healing, and I'm still at full mana. Seems balanced. Find Monday to nerf disc and buff Mistweaver. Buff disc, especially for dungeons. Especially for dungeons. I think that was a Pyroblast. Yeah. Oh my god, he's casting it on me. I don't think Holy is better than Disc for dungeons. It might be able to do a little bit more healing, but its survivability is like so much worse. It makes it really, really difficult when a spec has like low survivability to do like higher level keys. Because I kind of call it finessing when like you may not have all the tools to just muscle heal through a problem, but if you have a lot of damage reduction tools, then you know you can mitigate a lot of it, even if it takes a little bit more time to top off. Yeah.
How I've missed.
They just buffed mana for Mistweaver. I think you get like more healing from consuming manatees now. Something like that. So they've gotten like something to help them out. Just a little bit. Yeah, when I get some downtime, top. Does Prez need to be viable for high keys? A better raid buff. It's probably the biggest thing. I think more often than not, the meta for healers is like most heavily determined lately on like which healer can best deal or can like best buff up the damage of the group and make everyone's lives easier. Yo, Rena, thank you for the new sub.
Seem to be
If we get hit by boss mechanics today, I'm gonna try not to, Barrett. I'm gonna try not to. How you been, dude? Yeah, see how I have Life Bloom and all these hots on myself? I'm just not even worrying about myself, and I'm just focusing on healing everybody else around me. That's what I'm gonna do for some of these nastier pulls. And then it also means that I can position the life blue, or the efflorescence, I should say. Oh, that's tough. I can better position the efflorescence, which is still healing and helping. Gonna do a little tempo res? Let's do a little tempo res. Risk it for the tempo res. It's unfair, poor insight that Blizzard shanked healer damage. Not that it was great to begin with, but that means those healers with good damage added raid buffs are stronger by comparison. They are. They really are. I think that they're, I don't know, they're doing the change for like more casual players because they want to like kill off the healer damage boogeyman, I guess. I think there's people that like believed in, you know, Dragonflight or War Within, that like, oh my god, it's so important for healers to do damage all the time. And that was true in Shadowlands. But I don't think it was that true in Dragonflight and War Within. It's like, yeah, you should do some damage during downtime, but like, you know, if there's stuff happening, you know, don't even think about it. And so I think that there's, I don't know, somebody inside Blizzard who's like, oh my god, healers feel obligated, so let's nerf it down so low that it doesn't matter at all. And it's like, all right. I have not chested a single key today. It's been 2 hours. It's been 2 hours that I have not chested a single key. Nah, Pally's not live yet, unfortunately. Let's try this one. Oh boy, oh boy. I saw a couple people were messing around with it, Rhett. Here's my talents as well. I saw some people were messing around with Lightsmith, so I think that's what I'm gonna try to do when they change Pally back. Get rid of Crusader Strike again. Because you know who I saw playing with it was Dryny. I was like, ooh. The monster I have is a green tea monster. You see it's green. Our Druid Kitty Weaving was almost expected on your server. I've never had anybody. I even did like a 0 to hero on Druid, and I never had anybody even mention anything. Lost? I'm feeling lost. Been playing for 2 hours and haven't completed a single key. Much less levers, DCs, etc. This is the one though.
Welcome, friend. Be careful out there.
Yeah, that's so much of my focus was on how much damage I was doing in keys. Yeah. I mean, if anybody's like, I don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't happen that people are weird about it, Aaron, but you know, that's why I call it the boogeyman, right? Because it's like, ooh, you're not doing enough healer damage, but does it actually matter, right? I'm doing great, Jeff. I don't know what it is, but I have no luck even completing a dungeon. Like, I haven't even gotten to the last boss of any key. Best raid healers, I think Disc, Druid, and Pally are looking like pretty safe bets for raid right now. The fourth one, I think, is, I don't know. There's a lot of like different possible options. I think a lot of it has to do with like what's going to be good for raid buffs. Yeah, Disc, Druid, and Pally look really good for raids right now as a healer comp. Yeah. Or within Season 1, Voidweaver did noticeable healer damage. True. It's not that it wasn't, like, noticeable. Healer damage was noticeable in War Within, but I don't think it was mandatory, especially in the 10s and 12s, like the common player range,
5,
you know?
4, 3.
When
2,
you didn't have that much healing
1.
to do in a lot of Shadowlands dungeons, it was really important for healers to deal lots of damage because otherwise you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, you know?
5, 4, 3.
Cell
2,
is not ready
1.
for midnight yet. They're working on it, though. They're working on it. This is the one? I hope so. I hope so.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
I said the damage meter. I logged into beta, and beta has a better version of the damage meter. It'll probably be added to live, you know, when the game goes out.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
think the argument is largely if a healer doesn't bring a damage amp, they are not meta. If they're not meta, less likely to be brought to keys, and more time twiddling thumbs, but that's true of all the non-meta specs. Yeah, so I don't think it really like changes what happens if a spec's not meta. It's just over time there's different reasons for specs to be meta. You know, sometimes it's like, you guys remember Dragonflight? For those of you guys who played Dragonflight, I think it was what, season 3, season 4? Man. I didn't get time for that spell go off. What was it, Dragonflight season 3 or season 4, where you had Halls of Infusion come back, and the only healer that could heal Khajiit was a druid? It's like that. It's like there's different reasons every season, depending on the dungeons, depending on class design, all of that, for spec being meta, you know? Yeah. Yo, thank you for the rose, Aaron. That's the first TikTok rose I've gotten. Let's go. That boss fight, yep. Yo, Bobby, thank you so much for the new sub. And Nerd2, thank you for the prime. But Danders have judgment on mouse wheel down and Wog on mouse wheel down. And even mousing over still tries a judgment. How do you set it up to have multiple? There's like a priority system or something like that, Sammy. I think. There's like a quick window, and then there's like an advanced window to set those kind of priority things. Nah, no Pally update yet. So you might have to mess around with that kind of stuff. Yeah, Pit's the only Wrath dungeon. Pit's the only Wrath one. Mistweaver, I think, is in a rough spot, yeah. I think it's in a rough spot. There we go. Poor Life Blooms. Spicy, thank you so much for the new sub. Let's actually try maintaining Life Blooms. And pushing guys out of goo. Xanis, thank you for the 57 months. Woo! It should be in my Discord, Keen, for all the talents and stuff like that that I've been playing with. I'm pretty sure I've updated the Druid one. I'm gonna go with probably. But there's like a channel, it's like Midnight Beta Resources, and that's usually where I post everything at. Major healer tuning changes? Yeah, we're gonna get like one more. Usually what happens, and they're usually pretty good at sticking to this, is usually we have like one more round of like big healer tuning, and then we have heroic week, and like sometimes you get plus 3% or minus 3% for a healer, but usually whatever's good in heroic week usually stays good in mythic. So that's been, I don't know, the policy for like 4 years now or something like that. At least 3. Yeah. Yo, what's up, bro? I like the dungeons a lot. There's no dungeon that I think is just like awful, super unfair or anything, you know, they're not having any King's Rests or anything like that. Skyreach is kind of annoying, I think. You still got that maze, you know, like the wind pushback type stuff. There's still a good amount of like imbalance going on. I feel like some dungeons like Algathar have like one hard boss. This dungeon They all have like a pretty appropriately like medium level of difficulty. And then you have like Magister's Terrace, which have a bunch. Skyreach is super annoying too, because it's like you have a bunch of really high tuned bosses like Sin Saiyan. And some of it is also just like the mechanics of those fights, where you have to kill those phoenixes that deal absurd amounts of damage. Like, as the phoenix is alive, it pulses the raid for an incredible amount. It's so ridiculous. And then you gotta kill it, and then make sure you don't kill it on any other phoenix. And if you do, you basically just wipe. There's like no forgiveness whatsoever. I think Algathar's like easy. I think Algathar's easy. You like Croth got harder. Croth definitely got harder. The last boss got like a little bit harder, you know, maybe like 5% harder, not much. If you played Algathar before, that last boss is usually a joke, so it's really not bad. But Croth actually got buffed, so like Croth's like a real boss fight. If you kill Croth, you're usually fine though. They nerfed the mana blueberry dude. It used to be that he would put out like 3 debuffs you have to heal at once, and now it's just 2. Well, I'm already working on dungeon guides. Yep. I already worked on it. Veximus. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Veximus got nerfed. Yeah, I think there are still a couple overlaps, but it's overlaps on 2 people instead of overlaps on 3 people. And that's always nice. You know, it's something. Academy, how far into the Veximus fight is this overlap? I think it's like a minute and a half. Something like that. Yep. In /EQOL, Fearlith will pop up the enhanced quality of life menu. And then in like the first setting, it's like the first option or whatever, you can go to like an action bars setup, and then you can set the action bars to not be hidden anymore. New affixes, there's like a baby affix where it like teaches you the route. Thank you, Nate. But not any like new 10 or 12 affix or anything like that. I think they got rid of the plus 18.
Appreciate all the hard work you do for the healer community.
I think they got rid of that one. Yo, Top Sun, thank you for the 420. I appreciate you, bro. There we go. And we're still full mana. Okay, it is gone. Yeah. Oh, line of sight of this fight sucks. Yeah, there it is. Wander. Thank you so much for the news up, dude. Alright, so we tranked. I see me in Pit of Sauron. Yeah, this place is a prison for sure. Alright, we gotta go over here, guys. We gotta run. Let's get some space. Let's utilize the room. It's a big old room. Oh no, he's gonna make us go back. Alright, let me see. This might be a fine spot though. Yeah, it's okay. Go bear form. Go dispel. Go dispel. This is okay. We're fine. Nice. The circles disappeared. The circles disappeared. Otherwise, it was gonna be a little bit rough. Maybe standing in puddles. Doing well, Wired. Running around trying some other healers. Yeah, I kind of miss having the 18s giving additional rewards because it was just like upgrading your gear a little bit. It saves you some crests. I don't think it's the biggest of deals. It just sustains 155k. Was that what I was doing? Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. It's a little ridiculous. So don't tell me that Druid isn't that much better than everybody else. Or a time when no one could get me on a Druid. Times change. Times change. Oh no, we pulled extra trash. Anyway. Did I just... I think I hit the res on him. Couldn't tell, actually. Maybe he had a soul stone. Totemic Shaman does a ton of healing if everybody sits in your totem, which is not a guarantee at all. Not a guarantee at all. I think these are casts that are going off. I can't tell. I'll just check it after this pull. Nameplates add-on I'm using is Platinator. Yeah. Where is it? Was it actions? Deaths? Nether Burst. Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure it's an interruptible cast. What's up, Roddy? Oh, he found a little dude. Nah, you're all good, Thompson. I don't mind at all, man. By design. Except for Priest, which other healer can be played purely as a healer, no damaging hybrid? All of them, I guess. I mean, you don't really have to sit there and do damage as a healer. I could literally spend the entire dungeon just kind of sitting in the back doing nothing. Like, no healer has to do damage to heal besides, like, Disc and Mistweaver. You could maybe say Prez if you're trying to regen mana with the energy loop talent. Maybe. Yeah, HPLA Judgment. Like they specifically like really nerfed healer damage this X pack. They really nerfed healer damage this X pack. So I mean, even if I'm actually like trying to do damage, you know, you're doing nothing basically. Doing nothing.
Howdy, Jack.
Yo. Star Wolf, thank you for the 70 freaking months. The big 5 years, dude. Thank you so much. Why are you standing in bed? But why? Oh, he might be DCing. Oh no, I think he's DCing actually. Look at his corpse. Guys, look at his corpse. Hang on, let me go to the tank and I'll show you. I'm pretty sure his corpse is just moving. His corpse was definitely moving. Yeah. So this beta lags. I'm like bad luck to everywhere I go to, man. Yeah. Heal talk, damage, and dodge mechanics. Brain's always overloaded. When you know the fights and know where the damage is coming from, you know kind of when you can talk and when you gotta look. Oh, damn, he actually did take a swipe at me. Shift, dispel. Some of these explosions, for example, don't have any dot damage, so if like everyone's full HP, they have some hots and stuff attached, you're chilling. I think it's a bigwigs bug or something on this fight. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like conflicting with the old version of the fight or something like that.
Death is all that awaits you.
Yeah.
Do not think that I shall permit you entry into my master's sanctum so easily.
Something with bigwigs.
Pursue me if you dare.
But it's the only fight I've gotten these kind of bugs on, so what can you do? Don't worry, Ginger. It's over. It's the only fight. It's the only fight. I use Dander's frames, the Chaco, and I'll work on having a guide and stuff out for it soon. But I think Dander's frames is your best option for just a healer setup right now. Until Cell's back. Yep. I don't think I've really gotten many issues with Dander's frames. I know people have gotten issues if they're also using LVY though. Yeah, they said sometime in April, so we're getting there. We're approaching sell month. It's gonna happen soon. I didn't time I keep the last couple hours. Maybe I'm in the problem. It was people DC, and unless I'm just hacking their computer, Luminos. I mean, maybe. Maybe. One of them was to a guy. The tank pulled a bunch of stuff, and he said Bloodlust, and then the hunter had hit Bloodlust when Sated was already up. So the Bloodlust failed. And then we did a big pull and wiped. And then the tank raged and quit. Yeah. That was pretty fun. Yo, what up, Zoop? How's school been? That's like supposed to be a hard pull, and Druid just carries. It's ridiculous. Druid is weak. I'm sandbagging again. Oh, man. The big wigs import time working? Okay. Have you... Did you, like, download the sheet and everything like that, too? And or have you tried using the Wago? Where are you going so I can move around you? I would try the Wago. I'm gonna soon get rid of the sheet. Because I think Wago's got most of its stuff figured out now. But really, the only thing I have with bigwigs is actually just the bars. Like all bigwigs really does, settings-wise, that I have set up, is just moving the bars on like the left and top right, or left and top left. For it's like you're moving your anchors basically, so it shouldn't be any super. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. Yeah, still just Wago in game to open. Yeah. My raid rotation, am I still ramping in the same way? I haven't really played Druid in raids, but I'm gonna say sure. I'm gonna say sure. Sounds right to me. Oh wait, I gotta put it here. There's actually a lot of damage at the start of this fight. Where's the hunter? Oh no, hunter! He's gone. He's dead, Jim. I can't even see him. It's crazy. Yo, what up, Neuro? Yeah, this poor hunter. I can kind of see his corpse. I don't know if I can actually cast anything on him. Yeah, it ain't happening. Oh, you can climb on the ice. W. Maybe he was liquid for world first, hopefully. I hope so. Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go over there. Oh no. Alright. Oh, stop dying. Cease perishing. I believe Shackle Undead will work. They also renamed it to Shackle Horror, and you can use it on aberrations as well. Exclamation mark UI has my stuff, Alaria. Yo, what's up, Flash? So you can use it on titles. True. True. I'll go up a tier as a healer. I think they're around middle of the pack. I think there's like 3 healers in the A tier. Swap back to Cell if you're in progression. Once progression starts, I'm not changing any UI stuff. But I mean, Cell will be out before Raid Prog starts. So we have time. I'm definitely gonna try Cell when it comes out, see how the features are, see what it's got. I'll almost certainly just like make a Cell profile, put it up on the Wago, and you can choose to have Cell or Dander's frames. That seems like the most likely thing I'm gonna do. Because I'm sure that some people are gonna prefer one and some people are gonna prefer another. So, gonna play TBC? Probably not. Lots that I want to get done for retail. Yeah. I think Liquid and everybody will handle broadcast for the one boss mini raids. They bother with full Race World First production getting together? No shot. It costs so much to do that. I think they'd probably have, like, I don't know, an online World First event, you know? It'd take place over, like, 2 or 3 days or something along those lines. Discord invite on my website seems to have expired. Oh, interesting. That's where it's from. Okay. So if you've been part of my Discord, we've had a bot infestation. And I found the invite where the bots came in, but I did not find like where that link was hosted at. Interesting. So it must have been on the website. Yeah, because I deleted it. But it's just discord.gg/AutomaticJak. That's all. In the like join thing, you could just type AutomaticJak and it'll join the server. That's all you gotta do. Dude, the clankers were out in force. They were like DMing everybody for these like gold buying sites and stuff. So you saw the vision, my man Neuro. Few see it. Few see it. Nah, that was a late night. That was a late night bad play. Okay, we completed a key. We completed a key, so that's actually some progress. Well, I didn't know. I thought it was just the regular, like, AutomaticJak vanity link, John. Yeah. I didn't know it was a special one. Is Voker Healer in a good spot? I think it's pretty good in raids. Not so much for keys. Yeah.
No, you monster! I could not save them. Damn you, Arthas. Damn you! The Frost Queen is gone.
Yep.
We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
We're making progress, Luminos. We're making progress. Yeah, I have a feeling they're probably just gonna do like an online thing though. Just do like an online, you know, 2-day race to world first kind of setup. Wait, no, priest or druid? Priest. It's probably gonna be like priest and then my ultimate pally. I don't know how the priority system works for Dander's frames. I don't actually use that setting. I just have like one bind for everything. I just got one bind for everything. Don't hate on Mistweaver. I actually don't believe Mistweaver is nearly as bad as people are making it out to be. You get the chance to prove it, I guess. Meg, get him. Yeah, set him straight. Yep. I know there's like a Dander's Frames Discord though. You could always like ask the question in there. Yep. Yo, what up, Yoshi? Dragon's still best racer priest? I think so, yeah. I think so. I decided to do a key on Druid to get a feel for pre-patch. Did a 15, nothing crazy, but not low. Though we three-chested it. And nothing to heal. Yeah, pre-patch is nuts, dude. Pre-patch is nuts. You can't go. Bago worked? Let's go, Big Mac. Alright. I got a note down to work on double check links on spreadsheet. There we go. The add-on for my party frames is called Dander's Frames. Yeah. So, yeah, I learned nothing. I think it's just to like, you know, make it easy to learn your class and figure out what's going on there, I guess. Feeling Unholy Priest has one conserve mana with the talents or even generate mana. You smite. You play Archon and then you smite for Surge procs. It's a little weird. Word count on screen for the word Danders. That'd be nice. That would be nice. I'll play Holy Priest if you want. Same BRB. I'll show you guys. I'll show you. Yeah. Okay, I got a thing for the tier list. I gotta check on real fast. Hey, okay, I got a thing for the tier list real fast. I gotta check on. Where did they want? Okay, cool. Natty, thank you for the 4 months. Pre-patch M plus, what add-on can I use to track trash skill timers? I think Bigwigs does it off, or Little Wigs. I think Little Wigs does it on the trash mobs, doesn't it? Like attaches to the nameplates. Where is that setting? Take the skill boxes, but it doesn't work. It might just be a bug then.
What do you want?
Yeah. It might just be a bug. Because that's usually what I've done every time. Play an actual healing button. It is replacing Renew, and that is an atonement applier you use basically in raids. You don't really use it in dungeons at all. Yeah. Because, like, Renew, you basically just didn't use in, Renew, you, like, really didn't use in keys in War Within, and now it's replaced by... Now Renew is replaced by Plea. There we go. Yeah, Holy Priest, you have to be, like, so careful with your mana. You can't really, like, hard cast a lot of Prayer of Healing without ooming. So you'd have to, like, smite for surge procs during downtime, spend them with Spirit Well, which allows your surge procs to be used on Poe. Stuff like that. They changed it so that you wouldn't have Renew as a hot on the frames fault. That's the idea. Yeah. You spec down the right side for mana issues? What would that do?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you only want to Poe with Lightweaver stacks, or maybe you could do it in like an emergency if you had surge procs. But you don't want to like cast unbuffed Prayer of Healings at all if you can help it. Yeah.
If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm.
Yeah, Prayer of Healing is really good now.
Will you choose?
Cannot see that guy. Alright. Holy Priest is a lot of fun. Your heals are like really punchy and powerful, which is always satisfying. Problem is really mana. Because I'm going to start casting Prayer of Healings here to deal with this big damage. And you can just see my mana bar just gets lit on fire. We did Lust, okay. Those deaths just like made the pull last forever. Any DC to no. Oof. Surge can affect Prayer of Healing, Chili, if you spec into the Spirit Well talent. And then it buffs it by like 5%. And then the Surge procs make it heal for, or cost 5 or 50% less. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. There's a few different passives. No, it's all on live. It's all on live. The only things that are not on live are the Apex talents. Which for Holy Priests, don't really do anything. Yeah, Holy Priest is the most fragile healer. It is the glass cannon. Yeah. Leather armor, and that works for physical damage. But then still a problem for magic damage. Yeah, big mistake not dispelling myself. But just to kind of show you, I get to go to angel form, and then I get to res. Oh man. Can't do. Yeah. I wanted to save Mass Dispel for later. But it cost me my life. Yeah. Right here. Yeah, the fireball spam can be stopped by crowd control, but I don't know if everybody else knows that or not. Definitely makes it a little harder. But everybody else has less crowd control, so it also could just be that everyone's kind of burned everything. Keeper of the Grove Resto Druid, tried it in 20s and pre-patch, felt nice, but scaling's off. I think Wildstalker's just better. Yeah. It's like, you could run whatever, but I think Wildstalker's better. A common misconception of the Wildstalker is that you have to go into cat form, but there's no healing triggered from your damage or anything like that with Wildstalker. Like, you don't have to be in cat form. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Ellie in a while. They talk about fixing the absolute trash meters. They're making them a little bit better on like beta, but like they're, yeah, still much worse than details. Apparently that, you know, they're working on developing it further, but I'm with you. We'll see. We'll see. So bad I don't even use them, yeah. So right here, I'm literally just smiting for search rocks. Alright, I got one. I like Archon a lot. I think Archon's super fun for Holy Priest. In the description, Bruno. Wow, that's a hell of a knockback. Hot take, I've loved the AUG changes in beta. I've heard that a lot, actually. I've seen quite a few people playing AUG.
Well,
I don't play it, but I've seen a lot of people who have been.
stolen my heart. She won't let you close to that fight.
Let's go, Jack.
Let's go, Totems. Thank you for the 4 months, dude. Windwalker. I don't think so. Tettles was playing balance. I guess it was like 2 weeks ago. Last time I played with him. It was a while ago. I think that's what I have to do is I just have to always have a cooldown for these updrafts, and we'll be chilling. And then we are smiting a lot to try to get Surge procs, which is pretty suboptimal gameplay for Holy Priest, but they don't want to give us heal. Halo? Does he face away? Yeah, he does. Easy. Allows me to farm a little bit better. Yeet.
She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family.
Also, living at my shaman is gonna be lit. Fantasy knows Blizzard will kick me and say no. Most healers shiny new talents are procs. I'm a resto druid, so I'm fine, but it turns me off playing other healers. Yeah, I was gonna say there's only a couple healers like druid and prez. Druid, prez, Mistweaver, I guess, that have some like control over their apexes. I think Druid is absolutely the superstar of keys right now. Raze is probably like Disc, Druid, Pally? Something like that. I think H-Pally has gotten a lot better now that they've removed Crusader Strike again and then gave it a couple buffs. Don't think it's going to be meta in keys, but I think it will be in raids, at least so far. Yeah. Yeah, I love how Disc plays. I think they might have over-nerfed it a little bit in, Keys. But I'm honestly not convinced that the modifier change they made for dungeon healing is like working properly for Disc. I don't know. Maybe it is. They have this weird, like, it just scales differently with its healing now. Yeah. How do you copy your character binds? Is that a WTF folder thing? They give DK a class buff? Nah, they got AMZ and they got grip. That's their buff. So an AI ad for online gambling. We are cooked. Yep. I read somewhere that like the only things that are actually like making money are like healthcare, online gambling, and like OnlyFans or something like that. Like growing industries. I think that's what it was. Yeah. We are a little bit cooked. A little bit cooked. Any insight on Cell release? Little streamer version? Nah. I didn't get into the streamer beta of Cell. Sorry, champ. Wink, wink. Only check soon? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Little sip. We can finish that dude off. In game. Healthcare worker, the system is collapsing. I bet with the federal government pulling funding left and right. I bet. I think the last I read that government spending is like some like third of gross domestic product or something like that. And as there's all kinds of like funding fuckery going on, systems collapsing. Like actually my brother, he has a Fulbright scholarship, which means that he's a nerd and he's studying overseas as like an academic. And he's trying to study, I don't know, something. Some niche history or whatever. And he needs to like get some kind of extension on his funding to still work overseas. Yeah.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
So with Dispriest mana, make sure you're running shield discipline. Make sure you are running shield discipline. But also, there's some times where I'm skipping powered shields and I'm just only casting empowered void shields, but you don't have that situation in pre-patch, of course. Yeah. Nice. Should just got count on the meters, because this UI, well, the damage meters are buggy. Yeah. The damage meters are a buggy mess. Yeah, I think Disc and Raid is actually not going to be casting Powered Shield on cooldown. I should actually just hit this button. It's a good button. That's a good button. Voidweaver Disc is unfortunately awful. Yeah. It is not good. Happy with Druid? I mean, yeah, it's super powerful. It's super, super powerful. Yo, don't kill me, bro. Popping the ads, a cursed spell. So you wanna pop these ads because otherwise they just chase you. So we have a shaman and we have a magician, so they can dispel them. Or you could just do that. You could just root them, and that's fine too. Either one works. The thing is, you just cannot get meleeed by them. If you can like run, crowd control, do all that fun stuff, wonderful. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He missed. Good thing I got him. Him's actually a real healing cooldown, by the way. Oh my god. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. No. No.
Only.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be.
We gotta potty train you guys to hit the bowl.
We have one more relic to find.
Mandatory potty training. I popped everything, man. Well, it ramps in damage too, so yeah. They're causing a mess. They're spattering everything everywhere. I mean, they should hit Druid's output in dungeons, yeah. It is massively better than everybody else's by quite a bit. Quite a bit. Oh, you healer. Heal me, healer. Oh my god, uninstall. Oh, man. It's okay. It all worked out, alright? It all worked out. '18s and 19s are not doable without Druid right now. True. But they're also going to nerf dungeons. One thing they always do, Azon, is like the dungeons are very overtuned in beta, and they start kind of nerfing them down here, nerfing them down there. It always happens. Like clockwork. Yeah, true. The death wouldn't have happened if I played Druid. I think what's pretty consistently frustrating about keys is that you do get these situations where a couple healers, or one healer in this case, does significantly more output than everybody else. And that's going to make it feel easier to play, and it's just going to feel more satisfying to play, because nobody wants to be struggling to do enough healing to keep everybody alive, you know? Some tips for aspiring title push players. If you're a healer, it's really about like making sure you're finding good connections and making sure you find people that fit with your schedule, fit with, you know, the times that you get to play. Because anybody who wants to get title, you have to play a lot. You have to play the game a crazy amount to go get title. We don't even know if there's going to be like a turbo boost or not, but you still have to play the game a lot, understand all of the like little niche ways that you can keep people alive, you know. And in some dungeons this coming season, there's a lot of things where cursed spells will reduce a lot of damage, or having Tiger's Lust or Freedom will remove damaging effects from people. Like, there'll be huge damage, but if you can Freedom it, nothing happens to that player. And so, like, doing the dungeons a lot and kind of understanding where you can use utility like that matters a lot. And then finding, especially as a healer, a tank to play with constantly makes, like, the biggest difference in the world. So I think a lot of healing going into this coming season is about, like, how do you enable your teammates to do more? And that could mean, like, you know, you doing a mechanic or something like that while they tunnel vision. That could mean making like a call out or something like that about a priority mob if you're in voice together with everybody. But it's also just like it's a process, you know. Getting into doing high keys and getting into better groups is like a process, and it takes time. It takes time to find players. It takes time to understand the dungeons and your role in the dungeons. And there's a lot of different pieces that like make a good healer at M+. You know, one of the things is like using your cooldowns enough and being prepared for that incoming damage. Right here, I popped Apotheosis because we were about to get another Frost Nova or Fire Nova on top of these throw axes. You know, 3 people in the group have throw axes on them right now, and I'm just popping Apotheosis no matter what. You know, we're gonna fight another mythic dude, and I think I have my Apotheosis locked for a couple seconds until I get into combat. So I'm like waiting, then I'm gonna get into combat, and then I have 10 seconds of Apotheosis to work with. And I can try to farm up some more Serenities. Yeah, Archon Holy Priest is the way. It is the way. I'm just gonna GS myself. Get ready for this big old hit. And we killed it in time. Let's go. Yeah, I wish there was better milestones between 3K and title. Because if you're somebody who like wants to work on title and like, you know, kind of grind your way there, it doesn't feel too rewarding when you have the same rewards as somebody who hit 3K, you know? I totally get that. So I think Raid does a pretty good job, you know, kind of keeping you rewarded over time. Right there, I just gripped the tank so you'd be like not taking a bunch of melee hits for a little while. You know? But you get a title if you hit the 0.1%. I'm just saying, like, if you are not getting the title. Right? I don't even feel like the title is like a good enough reward either. But that's just me. Oh, another thing. The Blade Storm will deal damage to these mobs. So it looked like troll as fuck, like running after my tank with this, but it actually just helps kill these mobs a lot easier. It looks like I'm just running down my teammates, right? And then you're 0.94, so like maybe if I don't stop playing for 3 months next season, maybe. Maybe. I mean, the best thing you could possibly do to work on getting title is just to be available all the time. If you're somebody who could be like on all the time at any hour, it's gonna make it a lot easier, especially on NA. EU, you have a better chance of like hugging to title and stuff, and there's a lot of people who play on EU like a solo queue game. You know, they'll queue up, go no voice. And then just go and send it. Yeah, you are you? Yeah, it's a good plan. Why Archon? They made it, they nerfed Oracle by nerfing Prayer of Mendings. Yeah. Work on being more unemployed? I mean, yeah, basically. Better players in general in EU? I think there's more degen players in EU. And I think a big function of like getting better at WoW is being able to put the time into it, because there's a lot of knowledge required. Yeah. A lot of knowledge required for like what all the mobs do and like playing consistently and stuff. This company you that does top 3 world keys every season without voice? Yeah. And how do you do that? You play a lot. You keep playing the game. Yeah. There's an employment problem in the US.
One last task remains.
You think it's better for Midnight? Disc or Holy? Disc for sure. Always a lot of fun. I mean, it kind of reminds me of when I played Halo back in the day, where like if you just keep on playing Halo, you just get a lot better, you know? And like WoW's very much the same way. The more you're able to like invest time and like understand, you know, what mobs do and practice your rotation, practice with, I guess I would call it intention. You know, you're researching, you're putting in like thoughtful reps into what you're doing. What's the harsh discipline indicator do? It activates your apex talent, where it gives you a buffed up flash heal that also activates your cosmic ripple. It's like a little fluff heal. So Archon and Oracle is one clearly better. Archon. You could play either for a 13. 13s are not that hard. I would recommend you to play Archon. Yeah. We gotta drop some stacks. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Yeah, we gotta use the arrows to clear your stacks, Mr. V or 2. There's a lot of like stack buildup every time she jumps here, and it like applies the dots. So you just gotta like go up in there, drop stacks, come back down. I don't know if I can heal him through this. We'll see. Please drop stacks. Whoa.
At last, spirits that linger within these
Sending the arrows, getting knocked up.
one day,
Oh.
my sisters will be able to do the same. for myself. I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Yeah, I do press the Ultimate Serenity. Yeah. I do press the Ultimate Serenity. It's really, really nice. I would recommend Farseer. What's your opinion on Totemic? Is it purely screwed by people not standing in it? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Oh. Trash field, the add-on changes. Support and class clear. Yeah, you can still adjust like the Platinator type stuff. Yeah. Well, they just ask in chat if CDs are up. People might hit like a macro, I guess, to like announce their stuff. They might do that. Yeah. How you doing, Ash? Gap between pugs and groups will grow potentially from little things. Being in voice will make just a big, big difference. There's a lot of extra information that you could just vocally communicate and everything. Yeah. So Pally doesn't have the buffs in yet. They basically like deployed a build with Crusader Strike. Everyone rioted and they're like, okay, next build we'll remove the Crusader Strike and we'll also buff it. So we have to wait until Tuesday or Wednesday. Whenever we do, I will. And I want to try some Lightsmith because I've been hearing from a few different people over the weekend that it's actually going to be quite good. Look how big my dam is, or one heal. Yeah. Something like that. But yeah, that's gonna be in the plans. Tank diff. Facts. But yeah, Varathor, I think Totemic does really good output if everyone can stack. And it works, and like I really notice it in certain dungeons. If you're in like Magister's Terrace, what is there a better one? Maybe Nexus Point Zenith. Actually, Nexus Point Zenith, you're almost stacked all the time, and you're stacked for a bunch of boss fights. The last boss you're not really stacked for, and you notice it there, but I would say there's a couple different dungeons where like 60 to 80% of the run, you can have everyone stacked in together because it's like tight hallways where everyone's forced together. And then you notice Totemic's really good, but then you get to like the last boss of Zenith, and then everyone's spread out and you just don't really do good healing as Totemic. So you have to like balance it out, you know? You have a macro for a simple cast X, it fires that issue. Configuring cell click casting with a bind macro, it won't fire at the mouse over, but at a global target or self. Double check and go to your options and search self, and then go to your self cast setting. Because sometimes if you have your self cast key, if it's on a custom key like Alt or Control, and then your macro is also at that, it can mess with it. That would be my first potential guess. Yeah. Lightsmith Pally and M Plus feels like Mystery or Fist Weaving. You get some juicy shields. It'd be kind of cool if you did like a caster setup with Lightsmith, because you'd have like a big shield with Bulwark, and then you would have like a big Bulwark shield, and then your big Holy Light cast. So it could be interesting. Let me listen to this real fast. They bring the PI. Oh my god. With this priest, of course, it's going to be in the 8th tier. They bring the... Oh my god, that's so good. Oh man, I love my editor. I said S tier. I'm like, this could be S tier. And I was testing it today, and I'm like, I think it's actually kind of A tier. And I was like, hey, do you think I could edit this? And he's like, yeah, what do you think about this? And he just like voice dubbed me saying A tier, even though my lips say S tier. Oh, nobody will notice. Yeah. What do you feel like the on-ramp is for newer healers or learning new specs? The jump from heroic dungeons to M+ feels titanic. Feels like going from a kiddie pool to the deep end with no swimmies on. They've actually specifically kind of worked on that in Midnight. So there's an affix. What is it called? Let's go find out what it's called. Where's my key? I need to buy a key. Lindormi's Guidance. And it puts on a learning affix, which is meant to encourage the tank to pull these mobs and kind of like go here, here, and here. But I saw that it often is also highlighting like the challenging mobs or like the deadly mobs that you gotta like worry about too. So it kind of like shows you, hey, pull this guy, but also kill this guy. And that's a really good way to learn how to heal, is to like watch for those mobs and what they do. Because a lot of times I'll always have people be like, oh, you're not like panicking when damage happens. And like, I wish I could do that. And a lot of it comes from like, I'm playing beta so much that I'm like, oh, an AoE went off. I know it comes from this thing. And I know what it does. I'm like, oh, a big AoE went off. That's like, a Nova cast. That's just one big AoE and there's nothing to follow. Or there's going to be a moment where there's like two things happening at once. And I just preemptively pop a cooldown. Health bars all go down and then they all go up again because I have all these healing cooldowns up, So the more you understand where the damage comes from, the easier it is for you to actually respond. I think it also nerfs the mobs, yeah. I'm pretty sure. And so, yeah, you'll want to just watch for this affix. And especially when you're first learning the dungeons, just like watch what the mobs are doing. Watch what the mobs are doing. Watch, and don't worry about damage at all. Just like sit there, watch the mobs, watch health bars. Watch the mobs, watch health bars. Yeah, and sometimes it comes with a bolt as well. 100%. But the faster you reverse the AoE damage, the less deadly the bolt will become, And so the more you kind of get used to that sort of understanding of like, okay, here's where damage comes from, here's what's threatening, here's, what can cause people to die, the easier it gets. But also you just got to learn, you end up learning by doing, you learn by making mistakes, you learn by bricking keys. The people who are getting title every season are also bricking like the most keys, absolutely, by quite a long shot, And you're just practicing, There's so much to like learn from like making mistakes. I think like my personal goal this season that I want to get better at is I want to get better at using my externals. I want to get better at using Ironbark, get better at using Guardian Spirit. I think in raids and in keys, I don't use those things enough. And I think sometimes it just results in people's death that I could have avoided. And so I'm like, okay, next expansion, that's a part of my gameplay I want to clean up. And I always want to do a better job on. So you just got to think about like, there's a lot of different pieces of healing. And I think a lot of like the early skills you want to build up are like, what do the mobs do? And are you using your cooldowns enough? Because it's easy to like, hey, I can kind of like heal without the cooldown, but it's a little bit shakier, but I'm going to pop the cooldown because it's going to make everything safer, like much safer. So yeah, I think Warcraft Recorder is the add-on or the website that you're going to be able to like look at what's happening in a run, rewind, figure out what you did, watch it back, study it, all that. Yeah. The UI shows active defensive, so if someone doesn't have it and damage is coming, you could probably external them. Yep, that too. Especially when you kind of understand, okay, this person, I saw they used a defensive before, so they definitely don't have it. And that's kind of the more advanced skill of like being able to memorize, okay, when did somebody use a cooldown? About how long does it go? All right, here's about how safe or not safe that they are. All right, here's what we're going to do about that. It's a whole process. Sniffy Billy, welcome back. How's it going, man? Nice name. Use OBS Warcraft Recorder. Yeah, there you go. Watching back your gameplay makes a massive. That was like why I got into streaming. That's actually why I got into streaming from the beginning. Billy, welcome back, dude. Thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, it makes a big difference in just being able to like see, oh, hey, here's the mistake I made. Here's what I did wrong. Okay. Kind of feel bad I don't get any joy out of healing or tanking. Like the satisfaction can't compare at all. It makes me feel guilty when we're a group who don't have a tank or a healer. It's your sub, you know. I played DPS. Well, I played Flex, I guess, for a tier, but it was mostly playing DPS in High Mall. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna help the team. I think that's what I'm gonna really enjoy. And I ended up hating it. I was playing Shadow Priest on Imperator Margok, and I was like, this sucks. Get me out. You know, you gotta find what you enjoy. You gotta find what, you know, is right for you. I don't play retail anymore, but I always love popping in and listening to your yaps. Thanks, man. Yeah, man. Game's better with friends. The game's better when you're playing what you like. And it's also a lot better when you if the thing you like isn't meta, it's a lot better when you just ignore somebody being like, "Oh, man, actually, you should play this." Like, just play what you want to play. People love, you know, seeing a tier list and stuff. But man, you don't have to worry about it. If you enjoy playing something, just get good at it, get comfy at it, go blast. Like, I got started in like hardcore raiding playing Holy Priest when nobody wanted that shit. Way back in WoD. Trying DPS into season 1, playing Distant Shadowlands, just want to try something else. Yeah. I mean, you're dead to me, but you know, I'm glad that you're trying something you don't, you know, you want to do. Tier list of tier lists. There you go. Your Mistweaver main? Yeah, I've seen a lot of like high pash Mistweavers lately who are like, I'm gonna play it anyway. I don't care what you say. And like, by all means, man. I especially notice it in raids, and that's probably why raiding is kind of the best if you know, want to just express your skill as a player, because you're a lot less dependent on like being meta to get invited kind of stuff. Most of the time, you know, there's room for variety, for specs. And then it's also a really good way, you know, you can show how you do mechanics well. You can show you how you put out healing well. You can... The prio healing is a huge deal in like every guild I've ever been in. You get into fights where it's like somebody needs a bit more healing than others. Somebody needs an external more than others. There's something you got to do about it, right? And the people who are able to fill in those gaps, who are able to help out, makes so much of a difference. Played Mistweaver for 2 seasons, but now I want Holy Pally to be good. Yeah. 100%. What should I play? I guess we do one more Holy Priest key, and then I'll play a different healer. Can we do Skyreach? Yeah. Still hunting that first timed key. That's the other thing. I haven't timed any keys today. We've been learning a lot. We've been learning a lot. HPL is always good for something. Sometimes you just have to eat it in keys and tank, but global DR is usually wanted in raids. Yeah, I think this time around, Holy Pally is going to feel really good in raids. Yeah. Watching Ellesmere get the emotions of getting buffed and nerfed. Hey, he's sitting real happy now. And I'm getting even more excited about playing Pally as my main alt. $17. We got this. Going to stay shaman because it makes your husband's job of recruiting for our guild easier. Yeah. Take me back to double Pally shaman disc. Oof. God, when was that actually? I'm trying to think back on like double Pally tiers. Definitely Blackrock Foundry was a double pally tier. I think Holy Priest feels better in keys, but it's still just not tanky. Nathria. Sanctum was double pally, double disc, right? I think it was double pally, double disc. Yeah. How you doing, Gemini? Stalker has this talent that increases damage and healing by 3%. Let me see. Talent calculator. Damage and healing while in cat form increased. Yeah, but you're not gonna like sit in cat form while your hots are going to produce healing. So you don't have to go into cat form to do healing. Like, yeah, you would buff all your heals, but you'd rather just be actively healing rather than sitting in cat form and not actively healing. So no, you don't have to go into cat form to like do anything with Wildstalker. What's the point of the talent? Well, it means that your hots are doing more, right? But if you were looking for what's the best healing increase, it would be like actively casting spells, right? I think it just wants to increase your passive healing when you're in cat form so you can stay in cat form longer, but like there's a lot of stupid talents. Let's be real. There's a lot of stupid talents. He says hold up. What's up? Okay. Yeah, Darcy, thank you so much for the new sub. All right, let me go to the bathroom real fast. Quick bio, let me get some more water. I'll be right back. I just read a comment in the bathroom from a guy who was really upset about my easy and hard tier list. And he was upset because I said that Totemic Resto Shaman and War Within was easy. And then he said Totemic Resto Shaman is was much harder than Farseer. Very interesting. Very interesting comments. Kind of a big moment. He was like, I paused the video after I heard this take about Totemic Resto Shaman being easy. I was like, what? So divisive, man. Like, huh?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I guess it's hard repositioning Healing Rain if people move. Hell if I know, man.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I asked him, I was like, what do you think is hard about Totemic Resto Shaman? Yeah. It's something. Oh. My Totemic projection is bound to F3. That's where I've got mine at. Give me the Surge Brox. Yeah, buddy. Your stream didn't work, but it took you 2 hours to actually do a dungeon. To time a dungeon, yeah. Actually, not even time. We still haven't timed a dungeon yet. Yep. F key buttons are so weird, like Spider Monkey in the keyboard. Just gotta get some big hands. Get some big old mittens. Seems Prez is so. People say because of the positioning, but how do you feel they are? I feel like it's still a lot of work to reduce your healing relative to like everybody else. How's the input tracker off the screen? It's a good question. It might be my source element that's off the screen. Oh my god, it is. Oh, because I have the desktop POV on. That's why. That's why. Prop allies are really tanky now. They were in rough shape before Christmas. They were in really rough shape before Christmas. But then they made a comeback. Oh, we saved it. Yeah, I think it's like Brew, VDH, and Prop Alley are the most frequent tanks that I see, and they're all like really easy to heal. Yeah. I don't know about pre-patch changes. There was basically a change a while ago that like there was a change that God, what is it? Like I think it massively reduced the cooldown of like 3 defensives or something like that for Prop Paladin. Something along those lines. Marithra's Blessing needs to feel better. I don't know if they need to take some juice, some power from somewhere else, but I feel like Marithra's Blessing should feel a lot more powerful than it currently is. They're fumbling the healer changes the way they have. Add-ons need a much longer gestational period. Oh, what a good word. What a good word. I think it would have been fine time-wise if they actually just had more changes in early January. But they took like 2 weeks off for Christmas, and then they took like 2 weeks more off from making any class changes. Oh, there you go. I got your booze. And yeah, they're just kind of asleep. Did you guys watch that Bellular video a while ago where he like looked up the credits? He looked up the credits between War Within and Midnight and like tracked how many developers were in the credits and stuff. It was a pretty funny video. But one of the conclusions he drew is that there were like 15 people on the combat system, like doing combat stuff. And I was like, there's no way. This is fake. There's not 15 people designing healers or tanks or DPS. There's no shot. Yeah, I don't think it's like, I don't think you can draw like a ton of conclusions out of it, but it was kind of neat. Yeah, 15 people assigned, 3 people working, something like that, man. Unless like every class change just breaks like 12 things and they need like 5 people or something like that to actually clean it all up, you know? So Benediction used to be the talent that would give you renews on your Prayer of Mending. And Blizzard said, nah, fuck that. We're going to make it the Apex talent, and we're going to change this ability to be Light's Resurgence. Even though for 8 years or something like that, it's been called Benediction. So Benediction is now a buffed up Smite. Or buffed up Flash Shield. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me either. Yeah, corporate just blend in, yeah. I guess, man. I guess. $50 years of code in there, you're not wrong. You work in a seaman, and I see this every day. Boogzer, thanks for the new sub, dude. You work in a what now? What are you doing at work all day? One Wing Dragon. Thank you for the new sub, dude. And big AoE. Oh no. Oh. No, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Make meetings about meetings? I bet, dude. My last like real job was when I was in college and I was working in finance. And they changed like the computer system to track like depreciation and all that other fun finance word type stuff. And so I was just the intern, but my boss, she was a CPA, and she was so pissed about this new software and how bad it was and how it like basically just added work. And so she didn't want to bring it up in the meeting, but I was like, I'll bring it up. And she was like, yeah, go for it. And just smiled. And so in the meeting, I'm talking to, you know, all these CPAs who are like 40 to 60 years old. And I just start laying out all the problems with it. And somebody then starts like staring at my boss, who was like, you know, like mid-level CPA or something like that. And they were like, and they point at her and they're like, did you set him up to this? And apparently in the meeting where you're talking about the software and giving feedback on it, you're actually not supposed to say that it sucked. I didn't say it sucked. I just said that it added more work compared to the old software and was less efficient. Something like that. Apparently that was not the right thing to say. Yeah. Deathica, thanks for the new sub. It's okay. Finance is boring anyway. Cannon fodder right there. I mean, I'm special enough where I was just for some reason thinking that would be like a normal thing to bring up. I'm not Jeff Bezos. I don't think he'd believe me if I said it was like his long lost son or something, unfortunately. Real boats rock? Yeah. Well, I was working with government, so that probably explains it too. Wow, the new systems always get worse? Yeah, it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, why are we doing this? It really didn't make any sense. But hey, not my circus, not my monkeys. This fight owns when you don't have to soak. Let me tell you. Once demoed a work software that wasn't possible in 2 years. After 30 minutes, they were baffled. Yeah. There's a lot of like, don't tell the truth at work type stuff. That I was just like, man, I'm glad I'm not doing this. Infinite circuses, infinite monkeys, writing infinite Shakespeare plays. Sounds like poetry, man. Sounds like poetry. It was the worst of times. It was the blurst. But it helped me understand why, like, my favorite teacher in college was this, like, burnt out mid-30s CPA woman. And she had, oh my god, she had like this dream. It was like literally my dream car before I had taken the class. It was some Audi sedan. I forget what it was, but I remember seeing her like pop up in the parking lot. She like had the car, she like had the job, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And she was like, yeah, I really hated working in finance and like working in accounting and auditing and all this other stuff. I was like, but I want this stuff. It's kind of nice looking back on that and being like, I actually probably made the right decision. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't make the right decision there. Yep. I think it might have been an RS6, yeah. I forget, I haven't really looked into cars in a while. I got that Civic, and I'm riding it till the wheels fall off. Or until I hit a midlife crisis. Which thing? I guess like another midlife crisis. What key level ambition does Dwarf become relevant? Like Transmogs and other races more? Like what are your goals? Is what I would say. Because like... I would just say like, what are your goals, man? Because like this is, you know, you're $15 a month. Yeah, it was a little quarter life crisis, Ant. A little quarter life crisis. But instead of getting a car, I just focused on YouTube a lot more. It's different for everybody. The Diesel did pretty good in a Civic, true. That's facts. I love my Civic. Well, the previous car I had was like a Focus, and I had that car for another like 2 years. It was like 15 or 16 years old when I got rid of it. It was my brother's old car, and the AC died, and I kept it for another 2 years afterwards. Driving around in the Texas heat with that was not great. Yeah. guess I should move into melee, shouldn't I? How does our great cars? I've had it now like 4.5 years. And I've had one issue, and it was the battery, which, like, after 4.5 years, yeah, it kind of makes sense. You got to replace the battery. It was getting around that time. It's a nice little stacky. No! Luminos! Come back! Come back! Everybody I play with DCs. I'm not kidding. Everybody I play with disconnects from the video game.
Necessary.
Everybody today. I need to have like an American-only Mythic Plus run or something like that. What happened, Illuminos? What happened? You said it was gonna be different with you. Oh my god. I know, everyone wants to leave. I am cursed, dude. I am cursed. First month I wanted to automate some tests. I showed it to your senior. He was so upset about me, he told me to stop it immediately. Corporate life, fun. Fun, fun. It's the Jack affix, it's for real. Yeah. Switching from tank last X pack to healing in this one. What healer do you think will be easier for me to get your feet wet with M+, Chamois or Disc? I think Chamois is a little easier, but they're both like what I would generally call pretty easy. So if you want the absolute easiest option, it'd be Shaman. If, you know, something about Disc speaks to you and you want to play that a little bit more, then go play that. For new healers, Disc or Holy better? Disc performs better, but I think that like both of them are like fun to play, and you could just play either if you're not trying to be some super sweaty gamer or something. Yeah. Ah, man. Need a North American only group. No disconnects. It's not screwed on, it's right. Switching from Druid to Disc for raid. I think both Druid and Disc will be in the world first race right now, if the race started tomorrow. Doomer Mr. Remain, gonna probably cry yourself into making a priest. Welcome. The priests are accepting all Mistweaver refugees. Welcome home. I use Dander's frames for healing now, Wise Stone. Yeah, I don't think Voodoo has an update. I don't know if Voodoo's even going to be updated anymore. Because it was like being maintained, but not really actively being developed for a while. So I think it's kind of like, I think it's kind of dead. Yep. Let's run it back. Surely won't happen again. Let's see. You know, swapping from Druid to something else. All the healers in your raid team are going H-Priest, Druid, or Shaman. Huh. Watching somebody 1 month in try to change company SOP, what, standard operating procedure, instead of learning the job they were hired for is usually a red flag. True. Do the thing. Conform. Is defenestration too big of a word? No, I learned that in high school in my history and government teacher would threaten kids with throwing them out the window, which is what defenestrate means. He was like, I'm going to defenestrate you. And we're like, what does that mean? And he pointed at the window and he's like, you're going out that. That dude was a psycho. He was also like super evil boomer. I remember in our government class, they like taught us about lobbying and how lobbying works. You know, you like give people money and stuff. And we were all like, isn't that really bad? Is that really, really bad for society? And he like argued with all of us and called us stupid. And it was like, oh, fuck me, I guess. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, just a dumb kid. How's Devourer DH? I think it's fine. How is he doing damage-wise? He was doing good damage. Apparently it's like boring to play, but I haven't played it at all. Yeah, World First is coming in mid-March. It's so boring to play. Oh man. Silver, Bitcoin, and gold down massively. Yeah. Everyone's selling. Everyone's trying to cash out. Thing is, when a lot of like commodities and stuff have a good run, you still gotta make that bread. And I think we're probably due for a little micro correction for the next couple months. I wouldn't be surprised if like silver, Bitcoin, and all that other stuff is like the forerunners. And then we go down for a couple months, and then I don't know what's going to happen after that. We'll see. I think a lot of that's going to depend on like what happens with the next Federal Reserve chair. Because it seems like they're just going to drop rates to zero or close as they can get it to zero. But we'll see. What are the winners and losers of midnight? Winners, Druid, Dispriest. Losers, Mistweaver. Maybe Prez, depending on what you think. Then comes hyperinflation. I don't know. A lot of inflation is coming from government spending. And government spending's been going down further and further. Government spending is going to go down really far. I think that the government stopped paying all those people they fired at the beginning of last year. And they paid them like a year severance or something. I think that's almost done. There's a lot of like government funding getting withheld for, you know, XYZ political reasons and things like that. We haven't seen like crazy tariff inflation. It hits like certain sectors, and then the government quickly is like, holy shit, like no tariffs for that thing, no tariffs for this thing. But I think because the US is like 30 or 40% or something like that of global consumption, that there's so many different nations trying to sell in America that they're not like running up the price for a lot of things because they don't want to lose out to another company or country. Yeah. I thought it was going down for healthcare. I thought it went down for employees. Yeah. I'm trying to think about what else. It's been a while since I read up on stuff. I don't know. And $500 billion more requested for the Pentagon. That's true. That's fucking true. Did they even approve that one? Because I know there was a whole like, we met with everybody and we're gonna spend $1 bajillion. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. I haven't been reading up on. I should get back into that. I'm gonna have to get back into reading up on finance and stuff. I kind of fell off a couple months ago. Have to sell carries to make up the increased spending. The craziest shit is when the government can spend tariff money on anything. That shit is crazy. Because, you know, it used to be like the like checks and balances type stuff is like, you don't have the money to do stuff, then you can't do stuff, right? But then if the Treasury Department's in charge of collecting the tariffs, then they basically just have money that they don't have technically allocated to anything, and they could spend it on whatever. And that's some crazy shit. Yeah. Oh, I don't have presidents' names or anything like that allowed in chat, Joe, because I don't want to get it like super high into politics, but it's tough to talk about government spending and finance without being related to politics, you know. You're all good, man. I know it's like we're like treading a super fine line, right? We're treading like the super fine line. Let's see. I'm curious. Where's current government spending, and is it going up or down? I am really curious. Fiscal year to date, total updated monthly using the monthly treasury statement compared to the federal spending of 179, October 24th to December 24th, or federal spending since that period. Let's see. Key takeaways. Money for federal spending primarily comes from government tax collection. Fiscal year 25, government spending equated to $2 out of every $10 of the goods produced of services. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I saw they were using, they paid down like 20 or 30 billion or something like that in national debt or something like that last year, but it just barely made an impact. So let's see. Government spending increased 2%. But how do you see the rate at which it's increasing or decreasing over time? Yeah. Fred, government spending. Here's the Fred graphs. What do you use for the plates of the members of your group? Danders frames. Good old Danders frames. There we go. Federal government current expenditures. In the bajillions of dollars. So I think this is where the 33 billion came in. Government total, federal government current tax receipts, current expenditures, interest payments. Pretty much the same since 22. For now, yeah. Yeah. And Rage, thank you for the raid. How's it going, dude? Hope you had a great stream. This is government total. Oof. Yes, you're right. It's not going down at all. Vertical Danders is bugging. When you click the bottom left of a health bar, it heals the person below. What would cause that? Can you... I think it's a click-through setting. Integrations. Can you search click-through and see if these are checked? I think they are checked. But then can you uncheck all of them and then let me know? I think that'll fix it. Yeah. Pre-patch keys, shit on your priest and druid, filling up the trading points for Thursday since TBC launches. Oh yeah, I gotta check the trading post. Need opinion on druid, H-Pal, and evoker for midnight. Thinking of coming back. Druid, insanely good in keys and really good in raids. H-Pally, really good in raids. About middle of the pack, a little above average in keys. Evoker, good in raids, kind of mediocre in keys. Something like that. I think Druid and H-Pally are really fun, personally. Yep. That fixed it? Alright, sick. I'm gonna make a note to go fix that in the vert profiles, Chris. Thank you, sir. Yeah, like Wild Growth's always been kind of bad though. They kind of gutted Wild Growth and like, I don't know, War Within, maybe beforehand. What about monks? It's not looking good for monks. It's not looking good. Fix this inverts profile. There you go. All right. I'm making notes for it, Chris. I'll fix it later. DPS classes? That Ellie Shaman was doing great. Warlocks are doing absurd damage. I think they're just hard bugged. How hard do you say druids to get into now for the first time? It's a little harder than other healers, but it's not like rocket science. I talk about it. I have like an easy hard healer. It's like higher on the list, but I don't think that many healers are like super difficult to learn. Any Irish blood in you? You look quite a lot of men from Cork in the south of Ireland. There is. My paternal grandmother was like hardcore Irish. And then both grandfathers and grandmother on my mom's side were like hardcore German. Yeah. I've never been to Ireland. My dad, actually, my parents went last year, and my dad loved it. He was like, "This place is awesome." Yep. Hey, dude, llama. I'd like to go some point. I'd like to. Oh, I don't know if I have the. Do I even have the randomize? How do I transmog? I'll try to find it non-tempo. I might have to manually do it. One of us, yeah. Something like that. I know my dad has our like genealogy records and like his family's been here for like 150 something years or something crazy like that. Long ass time. Where is the transmog? Rating as disc? I think it's gonna be great. I think it's super, super good. I think it's in the blue buildings, right? Is the yak? Do we even get one? We don't have one. Yeah, they don't give you all the good stuff. Yeah. I'll ask a guard.
Well met.
Where's the transmog? Where is it? Holy Pally has not been updated yet. It's in the yellow buildings. I know it has like a stuff outside. It like shows that they're the transmog people. Yeah. Oh, cabbage. Let's see how many options I have. Oh, I do not have options. Let's try to make the worst mog we can make then. I don't have my randomized transmog add-on on beta. I don't even think they've updated. Actually, we got to do the purple pants. There we go. Oh, yeah, I can't do that. Boom. Good enough. Then your class in beta worth it? Pre-patch is like close enough. I think it's close enough. What would be the reason one would choose Holy and Midnight rather than Disc? Just vibes, just enjoyment, Lori. I think Holy Priest is really fun to play. It feels like the healing is really like punchy and powerful. And I'll show you what do I mean when we get into this run. Yeah. If you're not like some ultra sweaty player, you like Holy, just play it, honestly. I think Holy Priest feels better to play in Midnight Mythic Plus than it ever did in War Within Mythic Plus. I think people gave Keeper of the Grove a try in Keys. Druids are so obsessed with Feral form. You don't have to be in Wildstalker. You don't have to be in Cat form when you play Wildstalker. You're not like forced to or anything like that. Personally, love Disc and M+, but I have no idea how to play it in raids. Exclamation mark guides. I write the guides for Wowhead for Holy and Disc. And I'm gonna have some more details coming up, you know, when the expansion drops. But I've got like the quick and dirty in the Wowhead guides already for pre-patch. It's much, much easier to play than it used to be. It's a lot faster of a setup, much more chill setup. It's great. Playing Druids since the beginning of my journey in WoW, end of WoD. I'm just so tired of it, especially with the recent changes. Hate regrowth that I made a weighted decision of switching to a Priest. Plan to play both specs. Well, welcome home. Try Disc, Shaman, HPAL, and Monk. Do I have to play Druid Evoker to have to press more buttons, or will it be better on release? I think it's better on release, because you also are not really having, like, challenging damage fronts. You're really not having, like, challenging damage, so there's times where, like, you top off everybody, and then there's, like, nothing to do, you know? So I think you're going to be more challenged and have more fun and everything like that when XSpec comes out. Pre-patch is kind of meant to, like, you know, be easy mode, not overly challenging stuff. I use a ton of add-ons. Using Unhalted Unit Frames, Dander's Frames, Sensei Class Resource Bar. I got like a whole list in my Discord. Got like a dozen add-ons.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Is your UI? Wondering if the Dander's frame is functioning correctly. Are boss debuffs supposed to appear above the unit frame instead of inside it? Oh yeah, I've seen that. And every time I set it back, it keeps on pushing it upwards. I'm not sure what the reasoning is for that. But I don't have that issue in beta. But I do have that issue in pre-patch. Yeah, something weird is going on with it. Because, like, you can even go into, like, the test menu, and you can even, like, see where the boss debuffs are. Yeah. I think that's just something weird with live. I'll have to hit up Dander himself and see if he knows what the story is with it. But yeah, I went and, you know, I did raid testing and stuff 2 weeks ago. Did not have the problem at all. Didn't change the profile at all. And any of that stuff. It's really weird. Yeah. Legion Disc Guide you had is what made me love it during Mythic Sisters. I believe that's when you went Goblin to kill the final boss. Yeah. In Tomb of Sargeras. That's when I had. That's my entire guild. We all had to go Horde so that we could actually kill Archimond. Good memory, Chris. Holy shit, that was a long time ago. That was a really long time ago. There's not much palm spam as Archon Priest. Like, you do hit Prayer of Mending, but you only have one charge instead of the two that Oracle has, and you play off of Halo, just doing a lot of like direct output. Yeah. I will click cast on my allies, like left click, shift middle, stuff like that. And I use Dander's frames. Let me get some more stacks. Give me some more. Either tank or DPS. Healing. Healing since 2014? Oh my god. when did Siege of Orgrimmar come out? How do you change the UI for the M+ interface? Like my frames, Sin? Like my party frames? 2013. Okay, so it probably was 2014 because I cleared the raid as a rogue, and then once I cleared the raid, then I rerolled the priest. So, yeah, like 12 years ago. Yeah, I've been making priest for 12 years. I've been making content about priest for about 10 or 11. Hey, Liffy. Yeah. Feels old, man. Yep. That'd do. This is actually the... Oh, I could have stayed. Oh, I could have stayed. It's no biggie. Oh, man. It's a amount of time of waiting for your bad drawing of a llama. Well, here's the 12 more years. What about Linus? Tragic. Jet, thank you for the 31 months. I've been healing since vanilla. Let's go. Still a Resto Druid meta. And a very powerful one at that. Very, very powerful one at that. Yeah, I certainly took a direction there. Think about Hate Skyreach? Yeah, this is probably the dungeon that I'm least fond of. I don't know. I wouldn't call it full-fledged hate for the dungeon, but I wouldn't say I enjoy it either. Paladin changes have not hit beta yet. When they do, I'm probably going to spend like all day playing it, because I've heard of some rumblings for some different builds. Maybe some Lightsmith, that would be good. Any advice for attending BlizzCon the first time? Oh, come early. You should go, like, if you have any other plans, like you want to go to Disney or something, you should try to do it before the convention rather than afterwards, because you have a pretty high chance of running into other nerds and making more friends and stuff. Usually after the convention ends, like a lot of people just bounce. They go quick. Hilton, uber expensive. Marriott, super expensive. There's a lot of like hotels like down the street though, so if you don't mind walking, you know, half a mile or a mile or something like that, it's much more economical. Food's expensive. Food's real expensive. They have a bunch of food courts like everywhere. They have a bajillion food courts all over the place around the convention center, and they will have like food trucks and stuff. It's just gonna be expensive. You know, you pay for the convenience. Lurkin, thank you for the new sub. Yeah, start like breaking in comfortable shoes to walk around in all day. ASAP. Yeah. I brought a water bottle. They let you bring in water bottles and stuff if you just empty them when you walk in. Yeah. You can uninstall add-ons in the CurseForge client. You just like right-click on them, and then it allows you to uninstall. Speaking of Flask, a certain Wowhead guide writer did that, but I won't tell you who. I think only a few people know him. It's not Tettles, it's not Cal, it's they're not a streamer. But I remember he like put a flask in my hand, and I was like, what the fuck is this? He's like, it's whiskey. He has a big ass smile on his face. Yep. Is healing more straightforward, easier than last? I think healing is challenging, but less spiky. You have time to like make the decisions for like what you're gonna do. It's not just like bang, bang, like somebody's dead. And I like that a lot. I like that they have addressed that, you know? This is your first time flying and going across the country? Sick! Dude, it's an amazing, amazing experience. If you can have the time to spend extra time before the convention, I would highly recommend you do so. Yeah, it's less like you don't have to be like 100% immediately ready and stuff. It's a lot better for that. A lot of like 6 days off, so you'll be there a bit. Great. That's awesome. When they actually announce everything for BlizzCon, like what's going to be there, make sure you just kind of like set a bit of a plan. What I try to do, what I like to do with conventions is like the first day, I just want to like hit up everything and make sure I see everything. Or at least whatever's most important on my list. And then the second day, that's where you can kind of just chill and, you know, do whatever you want to do. I don't know, Jump, can I? Scared to ask. Druid performing well in raids? Yeah, I think that they could be. If the world first like started today, I would see them in the world first race. They do very good healing. JB was doing a crazy amount of healing in when I did raid testing with him. So if they're doing good healing and, you know, they're bringing Mark, that's great. I think the three things I'm like very confident in are like Disc, even after the nerfs, Druid, and Paladin. I don't know about the fourth healer. That might be more like raid cooldown dependent or raid buff dependent or something like that. There's a lot of like, I don't know, maybes. If I have click casting, how do I open your frames for leaving the group or setting the difficulty? Oh, that's easy. Yeah. Do you use standard frames? Or are you using like default click casting? It's just a setting in whatever tool you're using. Using data streams. Okay, so in your binds menu, all you got to do is go to, like, set a target in your click casting, and then you set a, I think it's called a mouse over in the menu. I'll check it right after this. But basically, the mouse over is like your usual right click. That's what that means. Yeah. All right, there we go. It is binds, and then, yeah, unit menu is what it's called. So set a target unit, and then set an open menu keybind. That's all you gotta do. You can set it to whatever you want. Mine is set to, like, alt right click. Yeah. Wait, where are you from, Jetson? Because if you're from anywhere like the East Coast, which is usually more humid climate, if you've never been to California before, the place is a desert, and you will need chapstick. You will need to bring water with you. Pennsylvania, yes, there's pretty humid. Yeah. So, like, get a good water bottle, because you will dehydrate very, very quickly in the desert. Because I grew up in Virginia, and going to BlizzCon the first time, I was like fucking Patrick when he goes into the dome without the helmet on. I'm like, it's rough. It's very rough. Arizona checking in. Who you calling a desert? Yeah, that guy too. That guy too. Yeah, you bet, Dump. Yeah, if they got rid of Piety and then made Smite stronger, that would be insane. That'd be insane. Could never understand why people live in the desert. Could never understand it. HPL from a fun standpoint, enjoyed HPL in season 3, but here it's very different. I like it. I feel like it's more impactful and your buttons are feeling better. So I enjoy it. It is more caster centric, which, like, I know some people may not enjoy. I was not the biggest fan at first, but I care more about having, like, my spells feel impactful than I do. Like, I'm willing to get over the whole caster stuff if it means my spells are more impactful. Yeah. It's like, CC it, please. It hurts. Lizard spawn. Bird spawn from the eggs named unknown. Well, you got to think about it this way. Rookron is like their dad, right, Vlad? Or mom, whichever. Might be asexual. Might be like Godzilla. You follow it so far? So, Mommy Rookron has not named the kid. So technically their name is unknown. Pally changes better? I think they are. Yep. The bird mount is the Covalescent Carrion. Carrion, you know. Oh yeah, ask me anything. Ask me anything about lore. I don't think anybody knows more about lore than I do. Ask me anything. Played around Judgment crits for HPAL Empyrean Legacy is fine. You don't really like. It's not a huge. There's no way to play around it. You just hit Judgment, right? You just push the button. So I don't know. I don't think it's too much of your gameplay. Is that a challenge about lore stuff? Yeah, I guarantee I know more than you. I definitely will not make up anything about the lore. It'll all just be facts. What was the name of the first Worgen? Smitty Worgen Jaegerman Jensen. Who did Sylvanas sleep with? Your mom. Anything else? Or wise, did Sylvanas do anything wrong? Yes. Where's your dad? At his mom's house. Only better than Disc? Why are you not asking me lore questions, man? This is a lore stream. Nah, I think Disc is better, but Holy's fun. How many rings does Zalatath have on her toes? Only a freak would know that answer. There's 4 of them. Why did Sylvanas torch Teldrassil? Because Adam Afrasabi couldn't keep his hands to himself in the office. Who discovered the Dark Portal? Ooh. It was... Well, I guess it depends on what your definition of discover was. Because the first person that saw the Dark Portal on the side of Azeroth was Medivh when he let them in. Because he was corrupted by Sargeras. But if you're asking, like, who on the side of, like, the people that were not assholes discovered it. What? Wasn't it like Arathor or something? Bofa? Yeah, it was Bofa. She had to roast this more somehow. There will be one more round of healer tuning. And I don't think it's going to be on Heroic Week. I think it'll be before. Oof! Time to run! Where's my tank? Where's my tank? Come here, tank! Help! Help us! You tell Brazil retcon. Ugh. I'm using an add-on called Dander's Frames to see my health bars and stuff. They moved up the stairs. All right, next lore question. Was I right about the Zalatath rings and the toes? Holy shit. What's the true intention of the Titans? Control. Which, I guess a more accurate version is order. Those freaks are obsessed with order. They're a little like Vault-Tec. They will burn down the world just to be king of the ashes. What's Anduin going through? Some dumb shit. Dander's Frames, Villa. Dander's Frames. I think way too many of the lore writers are obsessed with, like, imposter syndrome. And they have, like, every single fucking character go through it at one time or another. And it's really frustrating, and I don't think it's well written. Because then I go read, like, the Stormlight Archive, and you have people going through, like, awful mental shattering situations, and they're like, well, the world also is ending, so I need to take some action and do some shit, you know? You know what Dalinar Kholin did when everybody thought he was crazy and this psycho dude? Do you guys know what he did? He took his armor, he put it on, he grabbed his war axe, or I guess it was a mace, picked it up, and then started bashing rocks to build a latrine. Okay? Real action. The manliest man. And then he did the manliest thing of all. He learned to read. That's right. Garrosh never had imposter syndrome. Dalinar? Yeah, look it up. Way of Kings. And then his sexy future wife just showed up and was like, "Hey, you bashing rocks with your really expensive armor?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's been a day. Built a latrine so we could bury all the bullshit." That's right. Lore-wise, there's something to this day that you've not wrapped your head around. Many of the recent lore developments. Most recently, the War Within, and what the heck? The I don't know, the crystal in the crystal underneath the earth was all about. That really had much of a point. They made Archon a lot better, Hobo. They made Archon a lot better. I mean, Holy Priest is not going to be meta, but I think it's in a much, much better position to play. They made Poe a lot better, too. Poe's like a real button. Windrunners have a brother before midnight? I did, actually, yeah. When did I know about that? When, what book was it? I don't think it was a Christie Golden book. I think it was... Who's the other author? Richard A. Knack, I think is what his name was. I read like 6 or 8 of those lore books before they started getting really stupid. I stopped reading it like War Crimes. I saw they're like, we're gonna have a trial for Garrosh. I was like, nope. Nope. Come on. Beto. Characters are well written. I mean, I can give you like basic ass answers about like Arthas and Illidan and stuff. Modern characters? I think what they're doing with Lothraxion is actually kind of interesting. We had this discussion actually the other day. It does involve a dungeon spoiler, so you might want to mute if you really, really, really don't want to know the lore behind the Nexus Point Zenith dungeon. Alright, you've had time to mute, and I'm just going to say it. Lothraxion is the Nathrazim. Big dog. What are we all, just dying? No boss. Basically, you know, the Lothraxion is the Nathrazim who was turned to the power of the light, and he's also a really like big extremist in trying to defeat, you know, the Void and defeat the Burning Legion and all that kind of stuff, right? And he basically starts trying to destroy the Void base, even if it could potentially destroy Silvermoon, and that's where the heroes come in to go stop him. And I think it's a really good way of like writing him as an enemy, because it's a bit like Jet in Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Jet was like this super big extremist who wanted to kill the Fire Nation for what they did to his family, and he was willing to destroy the bridge or destroy the dam, flood all the civilians and kill them if it meant destroying the Fire Nation's presence, you know. And that's a lot of what Lothraxion is basically trying to do. It's like the trope of like, this person is so ideologically focused on their goal that they will do whatever it takes, even if it means hurting innocent people, which I think is a good way to write a villain, because it's not something most people would be like, oh my god, but I think it's an interesting way of writing characters who've like, you know, lost all hope kind of thing. I don't know who this is. Yeah, this warlock's gotta be raging. No, he walked off anyway! Okay. Bruh, you were fine! Oh my goodness. Dander's frames, Zotmer. Yeah, when did they do the Belladar response? When did that go down? Because I did not see the Belladar, like, reveal. I did see Apple bought the rights to the Cosmere, but Sanderson keeps control. Yeah. Yep. What's the theory behind Sylvanas showing Anduin compassion? I didn't read them. I did not read them. Did I like Wind and Truth? Thought it was markedly worse than the rest of the series, and I doubt whether I'll finish Stormlight if Wind and Truth is an indication of what the rest of the books are going to be. I think that the superpowers by the Radiants are directly tied to people's personalities, experiences, and mental health. And I think the 5th ideal for the Windrunners that they've revealed in that book is a really good example of that. And it's kind of like one of those, you can't have one without the other. And most fantasy books don't really go into a lot of like deep like mental health of like, what's somebody going to be like if they were a slave for like 10 years and every time they tried to escape, like all their friends got killed, but they somehow lived. And like the, you know, psychic or the damage it does to your psyche. And since he's trying to write about that kind of stuff, it's very difficult to be like willing to go along for the ride for basically reading a trauma dump of a character and occasionally getting to see their badassness, you know? So I think I'll probably reread it. I'll probably enjoy it on a reread. It was not my favorite of the series. I think Oathbringer was probably my favorite, or Words of Radiance were my favorite, because that's, you know, that's when stuff gets good, right? That's when, you know, magical people are flying through the air, kicking ass, taking names, you know? But I kind of get it. I think the next 5 books or whatever are probably going to be less heavy, I'd imagine, in that way. But it's always difficult whenever writers are trying to take like a stretch and they're going to write about somebody's mental health, or in Lightbringer, they write about a condition that women have that basically makes it harder for them to have sex. I forget what it was called, but they use that as like a story piece. And reading that as a guy, I was like, this is really weird to read. I don't know what's happening. Can we go back to the magic? But I'm sure that it like, I don't know, it stands out to people. And it obviously was something that was important to him as the writer. And so that's why he put it in, right? That's what my wife has. No, nuts. Yeah. I think, I don't know, it's like writers taking risks and stuff. And I'd rather like, I don't know, read it and like just kind of see if I enjoy it and stuff. But I agree that these things are the difference between like, I don't know, book like regular old book slop, you know, where the heroes win and the good guys prevail kind of thing. So, I don't know. It's just different, I guess you could say. Yeah. GG's. It's a cursed day, apparently. Best healer for strictly pugging? Druid. Because you could just keep on healing. You could just keep on healing through all your problems. Sad Garrosh and TBC Outland. Well, that was the problem, is I feel like they had a lot of opportunities to turn Garrosh into like a hero or, you know, a better person. And then he basically just kind of like turned down the legacy of Thrall for his own selfishness. We've been talking about it a bunch, Aries. They haven't put it up on beta yet with all the changes, but when they do, we'll play it probably that entire day. How bad do you think Prez will be in Keys at midnight with current tuning versus Season 3 counterpart? I think it will be kind of more of the same situation where you don't really see a lot of... I think it's going to be the same situation where you don't really see a lot of Prez at high keys, but kind of for different reasons. There's a lot of dungeons that have really, really high spot healing requirements and really high like triage healing requirements. And Prez doesn't really deal with those very well. So I think that it's more likely that Prez is still going to be in like a pretty cruddy position when it comes to keys. They kind of get like marginally better all the time, but it never really hits like this is their season kind of vibe. Yeah. I did have a video with Kagalian and talking about his thoughts and stuff like that for Prez, if you wanted to see that. I have an easy hard tier list, and I'm going to put up a performance tier list, I think tomorrow. Yep. I think a lot of like a lot of the Sanderson novels are probably better on rereads because he basically like sets the book up, probably like all of his books up on the like premise of like you need to figure this out later. Oh, someone used channel points to change around my Mog down. Pre-stealing good and M plus. I think Disc is like A-ish tier, and I think Holy Priest is like B tier. Druid is S tier. Yeah, what changes you do to your profile will be automatically updated. You'll have to like re-import them off the Wago tool, and I'll ping. I'm like making a couple changes on beta, and then when I'm like happy with where they sit, then I'll bring them over to live and I'll fix them up on live and stuff. Maybe later this week, something like that. But I'm kind of using beta as my experimental UI to like figure everything out. Yeah. Yeah, my UI is right here, Tormer. Since I put up the pre-patch UI, I've been messing around with better cooldown manager instead of cooldown manager centered, and that allows me to have like my potion trackers and stuff that I have right there. I think there's a couple other features I want to add and want to mess around with, but yeah. Hey, there's such a disparity in healers, like I'm back into playing Druid. Yep. I feel you. I wonder if I should make a video. People are saying H is simple, but is it any good? I think so. I think it's really good in raids, and I think it's going to be like maybe above average in keys. Probably not like a meta or anything. Yeah. All right. Only WoW book I ever read was Tides of War. Was the Destruction of Theramore when I was a kid. That's a good one. Yeah. Healer disparity wasn't so bad in season 3. Some are harder, obviously, but pushing 3K was doable. Yeah, and they still got to do like one more big healing tuning pass, and they usually do like one that actually has a lot of meta impact. Yeah. Played with a lot of ferals? I have not. I'm trying to think about the last time I played with a feral. The gutter soon? Yeah, surely. They should nerf Druid or buff the others. They should nerf Druid. Yeah. I mean, ideally, they would have like a healing modifier for all the M plus healers, and then they could just kind of tune that individually. That would be the dream. They still, for whatever reason, refuse to do that. Shammy's like a good healer, but not a great one. All right, I think Priest is the second best healer next to Druid. I'm kind of thinking it, but I'm also open. So I think that's what I have it listed in my tier list that I'm going to post tomorrow. But I'm open to being wrong if Pally gets some big buffs, or when Pally gets those buffs. I think Tuesday or Wednesday. So I already know I'm going to make another tier list, and I already know they're going to make more healer changes. So I know Disc is around like A tier, but it might be like A minus or something like that, because the nerfs did feel a little bit bigger than I had anticipated for keys. Does Evoker suck? Because they like built it for rating. It's so weird. They like built it for just healing everybody all the time evenly. Where's my freaking prio heals? One healer does significantly more damage than the others. It's meta pick. I don't know if I would say that. I don't know if I'd say that. Healer, I mean, maybe if they're doing like 5 times the amount of damage or something like that, you know? Because there still are like, there's a lot of healing checks. I think raw healing is like the most important metric, followed by what overall damage contribution that you bring, which could just be like versatility, you know, for Mark of the Wild or Sky Fury, and then some of the personal damage, but all the personal damage is like really low. So it'd have to be something like 5 times, so, you know, the regular damage or something. It'd have to be an absurdly high number more than everybody else. Yeah. But I would say the most important metric for the meta healer is going to be who can do the most healing and who can do the most prio healing. Because that's what a lot of like the heal checks that kill you are like Mizara Caverns, Vordaza, big AoE burst damage. They kind of nerfed Serenel, but it's still a pretty tough boss. Digentrius has a lot of prio healing. Yeah, very hard to heal Digentrius because there's lines that block players onto either side. So is the priest the strongest to the PI? Not necessarily, because the priest doesn't have the best healing. Like Druid has by far the best healing. It does so much more healing than everybody else. And that's going to allow you to get into higher keys and like push higher keys and stuff. It also is not very cooldown centric with its healing. Like Druid could just set up more hots and they could just do more healing. You know, where you play Holy Priest, you need to have like Apotheosis rolling, or Halo rolling, or Disc, you got to have Advantage or Uppies on hand to crank lots of healing. But the sustained, like, constant output, I think, is really, really important. You have rot fights in Pit of Sauron. You have rot fights on Lura. Like, this one's crazy. This is an absurdly high heal check. My favorite brand of crackers, those wheat thins, reduced fat ones. They're like less greasy than the other ones. You get that with some like really ultra sharp cheddar. Oh, so good. The yellow cheddar. That one's a goat. Yo, what up, Baldwin? They keep nerfing disc as a raid. It's gonna be sad. Yeah, and they have this other modifier that's supposed to make your healing better for keys and not as insane for raids and stuff like that. But like, it's whatever. There is a boss called Degentrius. Yep. In where is it? Magister's Terrace. Oracle is more mana efficient, but you don't get as much healing. And so if you're playing on pre-patch, usually the heal checks are like not that high. So like it'll be like fine, but when you start trying to play it in like higher level keys and like beta and stuff, that's a tough ask. I'll have to go back to Priest, but Shadow gives you the creeps. I don't even play Shadow ever. I'll just go out and quest as like Holy or Disc. I'll just go out and quest as Holy or Disc. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I played Shadow in like ages. It's been ages. Yep, this is silly spec. All right, guys, I'm gonna head off for the night. We're gonna get some work done on videos and everything like that. All right, but if you haven't followed the stream, be sure to do so. I will be back, Tuesday? Yeah, back tomorrow. We'll see if there's a build. I kind of doubt there'll be a build on Tuesday. Usually there isn't. Never know, though. But we'll get on. We'll game a little bit. Maybe I'll do a little bit of Prez and Mistweaver, because I know I've been neglecting those a little bit. I know we've been neglecting them a little bit. And we'll get back on board. Let's see. Let's say what's up to Luxtos. We haven't said what's up to him in a while. All right. Say what's up to Lux. New class changes out now. Don't bait me. Don't bait me. Don't make me keep the stream on. Oh my god. You're right. Class updates incoming. Hold on. Wait. Mop Classic, though. Mop Classic, man. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Move temporary power increases to specs at the beginning of Mop Classic. All right, you got me. You got me. Nothing else? Sylvanas won't change at midnight? Yeah, well, I heard that before. We got. All right. I did see the Kotick emails, Dawn. Psycho shit, dude. Absolutely psycho shit. Anyway, GG's. Oh, there we go. GG's. Have a great night. Take it easy. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll hop on and slam some keys, all right? Take it easy, guys.